señoras y señores. Aquí me presento. Let's go. Yes, oh yes, oh yes. Legends, much love to everybody. Let's analyze the situation of the price of Bitcoin getting a little bit of a drop currently as we speak. Much love to everyone. Let's see what's going on here with the price. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Let's see if we can find some levels, some setups, some scenarios today. We're going to keep it a nice long one. Let me go quickly through the comment section. Bitcoin getting a little bit of a dip at the moment as we speak. Getting a bit of a drop. We're going to be analyzing the situation here, okay? Shorts. Do we drop? Was this it, guys? Was this the rally of July? Was this the summer rally and it's time to drop from here? Or is this a correction, right? And we are still going to maintain a bullish market structure here on the higher time frame. Will we form a higher low? It is actually quite important to hold this higher low on the higher time frame to maintain that market structure, okay? Being bullish. So can we form a higher low here? That is the main question. Of course, we do have a big level of support coming down here at this 65k zone. That is the value area high since the zone of June, right? Since June, we have formed a pretty large range. Those highs from June have not been hit at 67.2k. And right now, we're going to be coming down to a major zone of support, guys. The value area high of the area since June, okay? So can we get a bounce? Let's see if we do get a little bit of a reaction. And yeah, we're going to talk about some setup. It's very likely we are going to get into a live trade setup today because it's going to be a long one. It is going to be a long one. So we're likely going to find a intraday scalp. Okay, so make sure to get your seatbelts on, smash up that like button, and let's just say hello to the beautiful community right away. Hello, Mr. Andy. Thank you again for letting us TA class. You're very welcome. Appreciate it. Richie, much love to you, my man. Ilrich, good morning, fam. How are you doing, Ilrich? Hope you're doing good. Vamos, Andy. And Legends. Olivia, thanks for joining the stream. Sweet Vamos. Zach, yo. Sweet Vamos, let's go and dance. Spain, winners of the World Cup. Best team in the world, right? We have to say that Argentina, right? They were the champions, right, in the previous World Cup in 2022. I have to say Spain did play much better than Argentina in the finals, right? Let me know if you agree. A Trader, let's go. Thanks for joining the stream, my man. Much love to you. King K, your drawing yesterday was exactly how it played out. You are a magician. Yeah. Well, you could arguably discuss it was a descending wedge, right? We actually did get the bounce at the 1 hour order block, right? Yesterday, we were discussing a few scenarios on the video update. We'll go through that, King K. You could arguably discuss, yes, okay. There was the golden pocket was not hit on some exchanges. It was hit on some it wasn't. But yeah, let me just pull that video out here. Because yeah, I was going to get it ready anyway, regardless, but it was actually pretty fascinating, right? When we do talk about the Elliott wave scenarios, it was actually pretty damn good, right? I was going to get the video ready here. However, yeah, this was yesterday, right? Yesterday we were talking about a few options here. And yeah, well, here it is, right? Here it is. Let me just pull this up to finish right over here. And we'll discuss this, of course, naturally. It kind of did, right? It kind of did follow up here. The levels, right? The prediction from yesterday. Obviously, this was one of them, right? It is really, really crucial to pay attention. If you are an intraday trader and you like trading and you like precision, right? Well, you want to pay attention to the video updates. I don't get that much love because it does look like it's a bit of like Fugazi, right? It's a little bit of drawing on the chart, and it like, yeah, come on, you with your waves and rest of it, right? And levels. But it is very, very accurate a lot of the times when we do discuss. We can't only lean on one scenario because the chart moves in waves. We don't exactly know which wave is going to come next, right? We just don't know, but we know which ones could happen, right? And you just need to be ready for the ones that could happen, right? With those levels. So anyway, thanks for the kind words, King Gay. It's just technical analysis. I'm not a magician. It's just understanding Elliott wave, understanding levels of support and resistance, understanding Fibonacci. And this is why you guys are here, because you can learn to do this your own. You don't need to follow anyone, right? At the end of the day, the game of this channel and our community is for people in maybe 6 months, maybe 1 year, maybe 2 years. It doesn't matter. But at some point, you can actually crack the code, right? And you don't need to follow anybody. That's the beauty. I remember my first few years in trading. Don't worry, guys. This is going to be a long live stream. We'll look for some setups. We'll look for some scenarios here. We're currently dropping with a bit of increasing volume at the moment. Very, very much aware of this situation of a multiple 1-2 diagonal being, wave 1, and this the wave 2, and then another wave 1 and 2 here, and then are we going to break down in a wave 3? Maybe yes. Local structure is to the downside. The question is, can we fit a correction here? We need to rely on levels of support. This is a major level of support, don't get me wrong. You can see how that value area high of the zone of June and July. I mean, yeah, this is a big level. The price did get supported here. I mean, a little SFP here. Let's look for a cheeky long scalp here. Why not? Then we'll go through the talk. But yeah, I think this is it's not a gap really, because you do have previous price action here, right? A gap, you need a gap, right, where the price action is down here, boom, and then obviously this price action, that's a major gap. But this right over here, there's no real gap after this breakout, but price did get resistance, bump here to the upside, flipped as support. This is kind of a cheeky SFP where you do have some interesting support. It could be an SFP, and I'm not gonna go too crazy with this. I don't want this level to be lost. Hopefully we do get a little SFP right there, and it's a sniper trade reaction. The support is the value area high since June. It's a big support. I don't want this level to be lost. It's aggressive. Volume is increasing. I am aware of the breakdown. So I don't want to be playing with my risk management here. I just want an SFP. I don't want to put stop loss down here or add to the position. Let's see if we do get a cheeky long scalp here. And why not? Start of the stream. Let's see if we do get that scalp. I'm not going to go too crazy with this. It's going to be a scalp. I mean, I'm happy with a 2-to-1 risk to reward. The session VWAP is probably going to be the TP. Or maybe it does actually get a big bounce reaction. It's a aggressive long trade. Let's see if we do tap that higher low right there. That's what I want to see here for this SFP, preferably. Let's see if we wick beneath that level. It is aggressive when you're moving down like this with such a candle. It could just continue breaking down. Okay, so there are some risks, but it is good support. Let's see if we do get that wick. Boom, bam. SFP, proven level of resistance. Okay, just a few days ago. Between Sunday and Monday. And this is the zone where the price could get a nice bounce. I love these higher lows after a major big candle, breakout with high volume. They're just very, very, very common to get an SFP. And we do have confluence here. What confluence? It's the value area high. It's the value area high of June and July. So this is, it's a zone to manage risk. Let's see if we do get that little scalp and we just get a bit of a long position. Remember, you need to get back above. I'm not entering the trade. I need the price to wick beneath that low and get back above. Then I will consider. This is a zone where the price could double bottom. it could just break out. So patience is key here for the reaction at the low. But let's see. I was going to talk about yesterday's price action, but we are getting a bit of volatility coming down into an interesting support level. A quick cheeky SFP to make some bucks here is without a doubt an option. I need to give that disclaimer because once we start talking about, trades and money and stuff, this is only my personal opinion. Of course, the content is for educational purposes only and is not financial advice, guys. The information provided is not guaranteed to be accurate or complete. Always conduct your own research before making any financial decision or any trading decision, okay? That said, let's talk about trading. Let's talk about levels. Let's see. I'm watching the other chart here. I'm going to get another exchange. We are just about to wick in to that level. Will we break down aggressively or will we get a quick reaction bounce? Let me just take a look at CVD. Oh, lots of shorts entering here on Bybit. The Bybit shorts are going absolutely bananas. This is going to be a little scalp. Because you could have a very shallow bounce. Let's see if we do wick those lows. There we go. We're getting beneath those levels. Let's wait and see. Do we get a quick reaction or do we break through? Let's see. Yeah, reaction is there. Cha-ching. Little reaction here. Could we get a significant bounce? I would be a little bit aware of the possibility of forming a kind of a wave 4 here. There's a bit of volume, so you could get a shallow bounce and maybe just continue breaking down. But overall, the reaction is there. Let's see if we do get that. A bit of a bigger bounce. Beautiful level with a value area high, I have to say. Yeah, it would be nice. Would be nice to get a bit of a big bounce here. It is the zone to do so. Can we make a few bucks here with this scalp long? Let's see if we can. I would consider a local double bottom. Let me know if the connection is good, legends. Is it everything okay? If you can hear me, if the music's too loud. Well, Andy, kindly upload full tutorial about Elliott wave theory in detail. I will, my man. I will at some point. Let's see if we can make some quick bucks here with this reaction SFP. Just a quick scalp long at the start of the stream. Let's go. Reaction at that low with some good confluence. Let's get a bit of a bounce here of at least $300-400, and I would be happy to collect profits and protect the position. And let's see, unless it gets stopped out, right? I would consider double bottom here, just because it's just, this is such an important level, guys, for Bitcoin at the moment, that could get broken. Right, supports are there to get broken. No guarantee that we're going to get a bounce here. I would consider a local double bottom. See if it bounces a few $100. Big support, value area high of the range. It's a scalp. I'm just looking for a bounce of a few $100, and I will leave some open. There we go. We're getting the bounce. It is a bounce of $200 at the moment. Nice reaction from that higher low. I think we're good. I am aware of forming a lower high here. and just ranging, coming back down to retest the low. I'm happy for this to be a TP1. Just aware of the high volume that there is on this candle. I'm gonna do a quick TP1 here. Right. Anyway, let's go through some analysis. Nice little reaction bounce. Let's see, it might go to higher prices. It's one of those trades. This can still be a correction, okay? It can still be a correction. Little scalp. This is an aggressive long, you know. I can't expect the price to absolutely fly from here, right? It's just a little reaction bounce of a few $100. Just a quick scalp here for the stream. But I am aware of the price, you know, getting a bigger bounce. I would be ready for a low double bottom. And I'm going to say that it is valid for a new trade setup, okay? This low is so important based on proof of resistance. We're going with basic stuff here, right? Which is a resistance support flip, right? Resistance support flip. And the value area high of the entire range since June, right? It's just a very, very good level to consider a bigger bounce, maybe of $1,000, right? We just don't really know. I'll break down the Elliott wave scenarios in a minute, guys, but we are going purely on basic stuff here, which is a resistance support flip with the value area high with an SFP after a big move to the upside from some, you know, the first bull flag higher lows, which is very, very common to get a reaction bounce. So if the price stops me out, okay, protecting position already, okay, lowering risk, okay, I'm lowering risk on this position, I will be attempting a new double bottom on stream if we do test those lows, okay, just so you're aware of the situation on this live trade, right? This is a very, very good level, and even if the price what decides in the next, you know, hour or so, give or take, right, come down, this is still a good double bottom. It is still a good double bottom for a bigger bounce, just because of the amount of support that there is there. If you do come down and you break down, I will not be in this long position. I will not long if you break down. You need the reaction getting back above the low in this case, right? Well, in the other case is a double bottom. You need the price to wick beneath the low and get back above, because the wick is your stop loss, okay? You want to take advantage of that, you know, 2 to 1, 3 to 1, take some profits, protect position, right? That's what we teach, that's what we do, and that's how we make money, guys, right? Let's go right away through the comment section, and we'll break down a few things that we discussed yesterday. Music may lower a little. Okay, let's turn the music down here because the music is a little bit too loud, says Olivia. Took the long, Path Maria. Hey, legends, like smash. Devil is here. Devil, the absolute master who shorted the Pico top. You know, absolute legend, Devil. Shout out to you, my man, because I did not short the high. I'm in no short. I'm in no short, guys. And yeah, it is what it is. But Devil, the master, holy smokes. When we do take a look at Coinbase as well, it was on Coinbase and on Binance. And I actually really like these kind of short trades. Anchored VWAP from the 82.7k high of May with the high volume node since February. I mean, look at this. It was just a perfect tap of the point of control and the anchored VWAP. I mean, holy smokes. This is like perfection, right? Confluence perfection right there. A major point of control with the anchored VWAP from 82k. Look at that rejection. It's a beauty. And Devil on stream, on the long live stream, right, a couple of days ago, managed to absolute sniper the absolute Pico high, right, on this this short, right? Shout out to you, Devil, because this was legendary. This was a legendary short entry. And you know, I would say you want to collect some profits naturally, but it's kind of worth holding some of that position down, because if there is a chance of this being a three-wave move here. Local structure is still bullish. It is important to hold the local value area high since June, which we are hitting right now. So yeah, local double bottoms here and stuff like that, or SFPs, is without a doubt something that we want to do, right? We want to take advantage of trying to long this zone, because a bounce can be incredible. If you break it, we lower risk here, right? There's a good entry. We're lowering risk. We are already taking some profits, you know, paying the fees, taking a bit of profits. The bounce is very, very small, I have to say. I'm not much of a scalper lately. Not much of a scalper. I used to be, but just for the sake of the stream, right? I'm going to be happy with a double bottom here. Local double bottom, guys. I will be happy with a local double bottom. Let's take a look at Fibonacci here, because it is also the golden pocket from the latest higher low. When we go to the 15-minute, let me just change the settings here. Nice double bottom here as well. You know, we could get latest higher low on the 15-minute 1 hour time frame, right? The latest higher low after those waves. We got the golden pocket here also with this proven level of resistance and the value area high from June and July, basically, right? That's a major level that can be broken, right? It can be broken. Support doesn't need to bounce just because it's good support. It can be broken, guys. This is why we manage risk. The most important thing in trading: manage risk, be defensive, because I like making money, not giving money back to the market. So we are extremely defensive traders. Right, let's see. You might come down, form a higher low, you might go higher, you might roll over, form a double bottom, right? You might break down. Anything is fine, right? I don't know what the heck's going to happen. I know how to manage my trades. That's what I do know how to do. And hopefully you know how to do as well, right? If you've been long enough on the channel, you know how to trade. Maybe you are not very good at technical analysis, right? Such as myself. I'm not the best at technical analysis. Not that I'm not incredibly great. I know how to find some projections and some levels. What I'm good is at my risk management and managing my trades, right? And hopefully you are as well. If you've been long enough on the channel, you know how to manage the position, right? Right. Let's see. I'm going to set an alert down here because I want to go through some analysis. The long is in. A bigger bounce can happen, a double bottom can happen. I'm not that interested here at the moment in getting into a short personally. Not that interested myself. This would have been a great short position. I mean, there was a valid long just a few days ago, right? Well, yesterday mainly yesterday. Let me just clean the chart here 1 second, and then we'll go through the scenarios that were explained yesterday, right? Where we were discussing the 1 hour order block that we had right over here, which did get a reaction bounce. And one of the scenarios as well was a contracting diagonal here that could have had a bounce in a 3-wave structure, which it did. We did form a 3-wave bounce here to the upside. However, it did not quite hit the golden pocket. On some exchanges, just out of curiosity, we did hit the golden pocket. On some, such as Bybit, we missed it by a hair. We did miss it by a hair, and this is the common area for the bounce if you're forming a contracting diagonal. Some exchanges did hit the golden pocket right there, and this is what we discussed on yesterday's video update, right? Form one more low, bounce at the 1 hour order block, which is it is support, it is valid for a long, and form a 3-wave move to the upside to the golden pocket 7-8 region, right? Which is what is common after a leading diagonal. So we did bounce at 65.5k where we had the 1 hour order block, right? There's there's no 1 hour order block. We did get the bounce after forming one more low. And could I say that we did get up to the level of resistance? Well, not really. Okay, we did not. However, when we do go through the lower time frames, you can see that we did form a 3-wave correction, right? It was a 3-wave structure, and what you can be confident about this move up, higher low, and then this push to the upside, a little tip that I can give you here, considering Elliott wave theory. You know where we did reject, by the way? Well, we did reject at that high volume node that we did discuss. Pay attention to that higher volume node, because that's the zone where you could SFP, which we did, right? This was discussed on yesterday's video update. If you haven't watched it, guys, make sure to do so, because it just explains where the levels are to take a trading decision. We did discuss that high volume node somewhere here on the video update as well. Yeah, there it is. We realized that high volume node could have gotten a rejection, right? At 66.3k approximately, which it did, right? It did get the reaction. Pay attention to that level. That's a rejection point. So, but overall, the diagonal is one that was kind of interesting, which I am very much aware of this, because that means we could be going lower, right? We're looking for this bounce at this zone, which is probably going to get stopped out here, but I'm willing to get into a local double bottom. Okay, let's see if we move down. I am on the verge of getting stopped out here. On the verge, not yet. On the verge, not yet. I've given a bit of breather here. I will be willing to get into a new long position if we do get the double bottom. Okay. Little tiny losses, or pay a bit of fees already. With the bounce, we want to collect some profits naturally, as explained. These scalps are extremely small. I'm not that fussy about scalps, me personally. As you know, I like the bigger swing positions, but this already, depending on your entry, right, it's just a quick little 2-to-1 risk reward. Yeah, this is going to get stopped out right now. Let's see if we do. if we do double bottom, on the verge, I mean, sometimes you just retrace and then you just bounce, okay? So giving a little bit of a breather here on that stop is fine, because if you end up double bottoming here, if you do end up double bottoming, it's okay to get a tiny stop loss and have a reattempt, because if you do get the bigger bounce in the coming hours, it's gonna pay your stop loss. It will pay it. So sometimes taking a little bit of a mini loss, right? If you've taken profits, you're not really taking a loss, okay? But it's just about managing the situation here. I'm willing to get, have a stop loss at the low, because for me, or with my experience, there's been so many times where I've protected position and the price forms a higher low and then leaves without me, and it stops me out, right? Close to break even. And it happens a lot. Sometimes it is worth just having your stop loss close to the lows and be aware, right? Say that if your stop loss is there, right? And you're attempting a bigger bounce, it's not worth the stop loss to protect position here, really, because sometimes you will come down, form a slightly higher low, and then do this, right? And then you're like, it wicked me out. So because it's such an important level of support, sometimes we can just say, look, I am willing to take this loss and re-enter if we double bottom. Right, if we do not double bottom, naturally we don't enter, right? If you lose that major pivot, as explained, which is you got that higher low, you do have proof of resistance that is flipping into support, and the value area high of the entire zone since June, right? This is an important level where it could be wicky, it could come down to test the lows twice, even 3 times. It is a major level. We don't want to go too crazy, as in I'm going to long, right? And even though it kind of gets beneath the level and you add a huge position, you don't have a stop loss, right? We know that people trade like that. Irresponsible trading does exist. I was one of them, right? And you probably were also, right? If you've been long enough here, I know you're not, but if you are new, you're probably still an irresponsible trader, right? The game is simple. You need to follow some rules, and you need to be very good with risk management. If you don't, then you will end up losing money, right? It's just the way it is. So anyway, yeah, let's just continue with the analysis. There's so much stuff, guys, that I need to talk about, but we just had a very interesting zone where local double bottom is interesting. Okay, so moving down, the lows are probably going to get wicked. Lots of shorts. Oh, we got some bearish CVD divergence on Bybit. Yeah, we're probably going to retest the lows on Bybit. We got huge amount of longs entering in the last 10-15 minutes. Lots of longs entering here, creating the higher lows, the lower highs, on the price action, higher highs on CVD. The lows could very likely get wicked here because of the huge amount of longs entering on Bybit. So wick the lows and then get the bounce is an option. It is an option for a re-entry. Let's see. Currently at the value area high of the entire range. The thing is, I don't want to miss the bounce. I don't want to miss the bounce. And I know that the market can be a little bit cheeky, right? It is cheeky. It comes to the lows or it double bottoms in this area. It kind of wants to wick out those long traders. So we are aware of that happening, right? So I'm aware of, get that wicky, move down and then get the bounce. because the people are actually looking at this level. No doubt that there are traders looking for this long entry here. We just want to be aware of the breakdown. We don't want irresponsible trading, right? Aware of the breakdown, breaking the value area high, and then it's game over, right? Then we start a major downtrend. Right. Can this move down? We're just going to leave the price. I've got an alert. Okay. I do have an alert just in case we double bottom. I am on the chart anyway. But yeah, whoever managed to get into a short position on this ABC here is legendary, right? Very, very. We did not, on some exchanges we did hit the golden pocket, and on some we didn't, such as Bybit. I'm not sure if Binance did, but you had a high volume node right there, and this is, the meat and potatoes for a trade setup. If you do have a potential leading diagonal count with a 3-wave structure to the upside coming into resistance, this is your zone of rejection. This is your zone of rejection. I've lowered stop, just so you know. I lowered stop here because I am happy to get into a new long position on a double bottom. Okay. Just so you know, this is a bouncing zone. Every trader is different, right? Every trader is different managing risk. But I would be willing to get into a new double bottom here. If it breaks, I'm not interested. Let's take a look at the levels here. I think we do have a daily level slightly beneath us at 64.6. Weekly level was back tested. This is an old weekly level. We can get it off the chart. I like to leave a weekly because it gets back tested. But it's, yeah, we've violated this weekly level already a few times. But you can see how relevant an old weekly level that got a quick reaction here. Sometimes you get it off the chart. I like to leave it and just put it was tapped, because it can back test a lot of the times, even daily levels. I like to leave it for a few days because the level gets back tested. The level can get back tested and get a bounce for a little scalp. And here we just broke below it and it was actually resistance. So anyway, a little tip here based on yesterday's video update where we did discuss this diagonal, right, which could bounce at the 1 hour order block, which we did, right? We bounced at the 1 hour order block. Very nice with the technicals, with the 5th wave, prediction to get that bounce of a few hundred, maybe $1,000, right, for a correction up. What I want to say here is where we rejected was that high volume node, right, from Tuesday, basically. What is very interesting about this bounce is this correction that we got on the B wave in this case, okay? B wave right there. Look at this retracement. This retracement came all the way down to the 0.88 Fibonacci. Below the 0.88 Fibonacci. So it can be a flat, it can be a zigzag, it doesn't matter. Hitting the 0.88, 0.9 Fibonacci can also be a zigzag, as long as you don't take out the low. But what is common for such a deep pullback hitting the 0.88 Fibonacci is that it has higher probability in being a B wave than rather a wave 2. So when we discussed yesterday the diagonal on the, just a little bit of education here, guys. When we discussed yesterday the leading diagonal to the downside that bounce at the 1 hour order block, we got the bounce and then the price retraced a huge amount here to the 0.88 Fibonacci. When you get the next rally to take out the highs, there is higher probability of this being an ABC, so the C wave likely to get exhausted at some point and turn around, then rather get the breakout in a wave 3, right? Main reason is if you pull back to the 0.88 Fibonacci, you have high probability of it being a wave B rather than a wave 2. And when we zoom out and we understand what we are looking for, we know that we are looking for a possible diagonal, right? That could be a wave 1 or wave A. And if this zigzag move to the upside, the retracement after the pump hits the 0.88 Fibonacci, and then you rally back to the highs, it just gives you higher probability that that bounce will likely reject, at levels of resistance, in this case point of control or the golden pocket that was not reached on some exchanges. But this is the moment that you want to get ready for that short position where your target is the low, right? You want to give a bit of a breather here, but the target is the low, right? And maybe even breaking lower. Which was the main game plan, right, about this drawing, right, on yesterday's video update. So when we talk about trading execution, right, because the technical analysis is all good and beautiful, right, you need to take action at a level of resistance. You take the action, and in this case, you give your stop loss a bit of a breather here, right? You can't, really put your stop loss here at the high or protect position instantly, because you can get that bounce to the upside that stops you out, right? It can be a scenario here. These kind of shorts, it is worth to have your stop loss, pay yourself on the movement down, collect some profits. But this is the kind of stop loss that you want to maintain in position based on this structure, because the price action can be cheeky and stop you out. Anyway, whoever got into that short, congratulations, right? Whoever followed the plan, the resistance, right? It could have been a hard one, right? We did not hit golden pocket. However, we were aware that we had this high volume node from Wednesday, right, and Tuesday, which was very, very valid for the short entry, especially considering this price action. So anyway, let's go right away through the comment section. And today's going to be a long stream, guys, so we're going to break down a lot of things. Okay, we're going to break down a lot of things. This was just education based on the video update of yesterday. Okay, so it looks like we're going to come down and revisit the lows. We do not want to hold that value area high for the moment. Do we get a double bottom, or do we break down? That is the question. What do we get? What do we get here? It will be cheeky if it bounces from here. Very, very steep pullback. So if the price does decide to form a higher low here, it has a good chance of being a B wave. Okay, just because of the pullback hitting the 0.88 Fibonacci, even the 0.9, which gives the option of being an ABC, regular ABC, or a flat even, and then coming back down. Okay. But yeah, the market can be cheeky and form these slightly higher lows just to stop out the traders. For me, it's valid. If you did enter this trade, it is very valid to still maintain that stop loss there, because, even though you're making a 2-to-1 risk reward, you're collecting 50%, you're leaving a bit open. It's worth having the stop loss there just because it's so tiny. And if it's stopped out, right, with preferably not a huge wick, just a slight one, then you have another re-entry here, and the stop loss will be paid, right? Well, it's paid already if you've collected some profits. But damn, then this could be the bigger bounce, right? It's all about the stop losses and the entry at the end of the day. Because then with the green, yeah, it's gonna pay, right? Green is gonna pay. I am more worried about this than rather this, right? I'm worried about how much I'm gonna lose, not how much I'm gonna win. Most of the times. Anyway, let's break down the technicals. I'm as explained, still in the long, okay? Still in the long. Stop loss is at the low, and willing to get into a double bottom if we do test the lows. It would make sense that if we do move up from here right now to take the highs, the local highs, to protect position, because then you know that a 3-wave correction here is very, very possible based on this pullback that we got. So coming down here and then turning this trade into a loss is not ideal, right? Then it's, will we get the double bottom later on? That's what we would be waiting for here on the stream mainly. Okay, so can this be a corrective structure, or are we just gonna break down? A bit of volume increasing on the higher time frame with this local move to the downside. Let's break down. Well, we do have the option of the leading diagonal. You know, most bearish option here naturally is that leading diagonal in that wave 1. Okay, bounce here in your wave 2. Let me just make this a little bit bigger, because there, you know, we need to understand the bearish options, of course. And then we have another wave. Yeah, I'll agree to discuss that this is another wave 1, another wave 2, another wave 1, another wave 2, another wave 1, another wave 2. It can be a multiple 1, 2 in the most bearish case. Your first wave 1 is a leading diagonal, not always great. 3 down, 3 up. All this can be a correction, and that's your wave 2. But anyway, regardless, it's a downtrending market. Got a bit of increasing volume. You want to see follow through here at some point. If you form another wave 1 and 2, you know, because this is such a crucial support zone, to break a major support level, you need multiple 1-2s. This is why I'm a little bit, there is a correction structure that we'll discuss right away. But when you come up to a major resistance or a major support with power already being developed, so say we come down to this support, which is the value area high since June, right, and July, when the power is given already, say from the highs, the power has been already developed coming down to the support. And you know what is worrying about the possibility here of multiple 1-2s, that's when you have, you know, this support can be broken because you're building the power in multiple 1-2s to break down in a wave 3, right? And that's what's concerning. How did we get down to this support? Did we already have an impulse down and we like really choppy and forming a wave 5 into the lows? Is it a correction, which we do have the option of a correction, which we will discuss right now? I mean, this is why, you know, attempting longs at this support is not a bad idea. You just need to maintain risk. But it's how we got down there. How we got down here is very disturbing, because it can be multiple 1-2s, and it's just a matter of a few hours that we just collapse down a few $1,000 based on a wave 3, right? So very, very aware, guys, and we're very, very cautious with longs, being very, very defensive. And it's good to understand this as an education point. How did we get down to the support? Did we already have a major powerful move before getting down there to look for a wave 5, or are we coming down with a grinding structure, right, which can be multiple 1-2s, and then the price, that the level just breaks down, right, which can be the case. Very, very much aware of this situation. So yeah, right, that's stopped out. Let's see if we do get a double bottom here. Local double bottom. Let's get this off the charts. Just aware of that possible breakdown already. Let's go to the 5-minute. Let's take a look at CVD. Yeah, there's lots of longs entering here on Bybit, as we can see, which naturally is taking out those lows, right? We've got a lot of smart Bybit bros here trying to get into that long position like ourselves, right? Possible double bottom. Yeah, I think it's valid for the entry. Let's see if it does want to get that bounce here. Local double bottom. It was natural to get to wick out those lows based on the CVD. Let's see if we get some buying pressure. This is still a major support level. Very, very aware of the bearish scenario here. Bearish scenario is just not looking pretty, which is multiple 1-2s. We'll go through the correction. There is a chance of this being a WXY. Okay, there is a chance of this being a WXY. This is why it becomes attractive to see if we do get that bounce. But aware of the bearish case as well, right? As traders, we need to be aware of both scenarios, understanding the danger of the most bearish case, which would be naturally 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, and then, you know, you just end up breaking down in a third wave at some point. And that's what happens, right? It looks like a bull flag. It looks like a kind of a wedgie. It looks corrective because there's so much overlap. But this is how you end up breaking down at the end of the day, right? It looks like that you're forming an overlapping corrective structure till it just ends up, right, breaking down, faking out the resistance, and it's multiple 1-2s or a diagonal in a wave 2, and then it breaks down. So very much aware of this, because it could be the time, right, where the price just ends up breaking down here, right? We do have a chance from the lows of 57,000 to form a 3-wave move up, right? And maybe the higher time frame bearish momentum is going to continue in the next coming days and weeks, right? We just end up, you know, forming the start of a bearish structure again. Very, very much aware of that happening, guys, because on the higher time frame we can complete something here. It's not the most pretty scenario, but there is a possibility of having something finished. Okay, and that's purely based. We can go through the counts later on and what options do we have here for this to be a 3-wave move. And then there's the very bullish scenario, which is multiple 1-2s or still not finishing the ABC. Regardless of the Elliott wave scenarios, we do have incredible support. It is very, very strong support here, which is the value area high. And we understand that it can be a little bit tricky here. It can double bottom, it can triple bottom, and then you get the bounce. It could wick a few $100s beneath the level, right, and then get the bounce, and it's cheeky, right? It just creates a kind of a failed auction where it looks like you're losing the value area high, and it's not losing the value area high, and it creates a failed auction. That's when you have candlesticks closing beneath the level, 15-minute, 1 hour, and then it suddenly reclaims it right after a few hours and gets the bounce. So a few options for that. This zone here. Anyway, let's go right away. Let's see if this double bottom wants to play out. A bit of a rejection here. We don't want to see bearish CVD divergence, preferably. Pretty flat CVD, guys. Very important. CVD is important. We want to see lower lows here locally. Lower lows we do have on Binance, US dollar. We do have Bybit US dollar tether also with those lower lows. Bybit US dollar for me is one of the most accurate because they just play out most of the times. Bybit US dollar is my favorite CVD divergence. it's the one that plays consistently. You form lower highs on price action, higher highs on CVD, and you take out the lows. Guys, remember that you do have CVD on MindPillar, okay? We are also integrating, just a little sneak peek here, we are integrating order flow, and we will be giving some tutorials on how to read order flow with open interest, because this is absolutely magic. It does help with trading. I haven't been using it that much because I don't need it, but it kind of helps if you have it with your trading, okay? This is what we're building. We're building order flow where you can see the contracts inside of the candlestick, and it just helps you with open interest to realize if there's strength on the breakout or if there is trap traders, right, inside of a possible fake out, right? And I can give some examples here on order flow on some previous last few days, how the price action has developed and how to read this properly, because it really gives you also that edge apart from Elliott wave theory, right? There's so many tools that can be very, very helpful, but we are integrating this, and this is just a little sneak peek, guys, on mindpillar.com. For the moment, these tools and indicators are for free, guys. It will end up not being for free, but the only thing that you need to do is sign up throughout one of the affiliate links and do a minimum deposit for your own trading. You will have access in the near future to the trading community, to all of these different tools that we have in mindpillar.com, which is liquidity, it's order flow, footprint, right? CVD divergence. We're going to be making this a trading powerhouse, and you just need to sign up throughout one of the affiliate links down below, guys. So if you're not already, just get ready for this, because you have free valuable tools. We're letting the people use it, get familiar with the website, with the tools, and you will get access to the community, trading community, where myself and Devil provide different setups, analysis. You'll get access to the powerhouse where order flow is getting integrated. We're going to be the master #1, okay, technical analysis and traders on YouTube and of the world, right, for Bitcoin. That's what we're aiming for, guys, and you can get it for free if you only sign up to Bluffin 2-bit weeks. Create an account for your own trading, okay? Minimum deposit. You'll get all of this, guys, for free. So yeah, anyway, by the way, if you want access to the trading community, send me the word access to the Telegram. It's the first link down below, where we do provide updates every single day and possible setups as well, okay? If we can do a long live stream and look for the setups on stream, we will do so, such as today, right? Bottom, double bottom, we're getting a little bounce right now. Worth paying the fees, and collecting a bit of profit, let's say, with this bounce, okay? We know the deal. It is worth to do so, guys. Better safe than sorry, right? Let's collect a bit of the fees and collect a bit of profits on this little bounce. Right. Let me just double check. I wanted to show something else here. Right, yeah, it does not want to bounce. It doesn't want to get that big bounce. Let's see if it does want to form a higher low. Could it get choppy down here? It is an important level. I mean, the more chop that we form here it's going to be looking okay. The more chop that we do get here, the better. Well, we got some shorts entering here on Bybit. That's nice. We do not want to see the Bybit bros longing. We don't want to see them here with higher highs on the CVD. If you do get this drop on the CVD, it gives a better chance for the bounce. It's not rocket science, but it just helps. Seemed like it just doesn't want to bounce here. Right, let's discuss the possible corrections. I mean, the most bearish case scenario here is getting the breakdown with the multiple 1-2s. First diagonal 1 and 2. You can have your wave 2 here. You could arguably discuss in a WXY, sideways WXY. And then you have the 1-2 and then another 1-2 here. Or the wave 3 just breaking down from here. This formation is not valid for a correction still. This is still part of the wave. So if it does end up breaking, you know, this is still the wave. You know, I would say that the wave 3 is on the formation here. Yeah, looks like it wants to break down. Not getting the bounce. We like the reaction bounce on local double bottoms. We like the reaction bounces on the double bottoms. Anyway, let's talk about the will we hold? Let me know in the comment section. Will we hold this level? All right, let me know in the comment section. Are we going to break down? Only 100 likes. This cannot be true. Let me just go right away and get a drink of water, and then we'll check the like button, guys. Because if we are over 300 people and we do not have over 100 likes, 110, we can get to 130 likes, guys. Come on, I'll go through the comment section right now. We'll discuss a few of the scenarios that I'm looking at here, and the correction, the impulse down. What options do we have? We are at a crucial level of support that can be broken down brutally. So I'm not going to be too fussy. I want to pay my fees with a little bounce and, you know, collect a little bit of profit, just so I am, you know, defensive here, because this is a zone where maybe people are going to be longing, right? Longing a higher low. It's bullish market structure. And then the price just ends up breaking down. So it's a zone that if we break down, I would say that we are likely going to come down to the point of control, which is at 64K. And then we'll check if we do get a reaction from there. But we are aware of a third wave breakdown here. And this is why you need to maintain very good risk management, okay, on this kind of long setup. I'll go through the comment section in just a second, guys. Let me just get a drink of water, and let's see if that like button goes to at least 150. Right. Comment section time. Hello, Andy. Think we will lose it because oil is getting above $99, so it's stressing the markets. Oil apparently is booming, or what? Crude oil 90. Well, it's not at 99, depending on which chart you're looking at. But yeah, we got a oil is getting a big rally again throughout the last few days. Major rally on oil. But yeah, we could be breaking down. That is without a doubt a possibility. Everybody was busy managing their trades and forgot to smash up the like button. Yeah, guys, remember, you feel comfortable with your trades. You know, yesterday I sent in the trading community. A lot of people are very eager and looking for setups very quickly, and I just let the people know, remember, you know, feel comfortable with your stop loss, right? You know, you're not risking, you know, 20% of your account on a stop loss. You build up trade setups throughout the months, right, and years. You can't risk too much on one single trade, right? You need to be comfortable on that trade setup. Let's go right away through the comment section. What wave are we now? Yeah, I would like to know. I would like to know also, man. Devantoni, what wave are we in now? We can discuss the corrective options, okay? We do have corrective options, of course, as well, which would be that WXY as explained. This could be either multiple 1-2s. I'm happy to delete that wave 1 and 2 and put this wave 2 here, right? It doesn't really matter. Your latest lower high is this one over here. So this would be an invalidation. There's lots of overlap here. So if you do get above the 65.7K level, it doesn't matter if you have another 1-2 here. The latest 1-2 is where is your invalidation, right? We don't have a solid impulsive move down for the moment, or a motive wave, right? Could we form a larger diagonal? Well, we'll have to see, right, in the next coming days. But overall, for the moment, we don't have a solid impulsive move down from this high to the lows. There's no 5-wave diagonal that can be counted nicely. From the highs to the lows, we don't have a impulse, with your wave 3 being the longest one, which is the most common, or the 5th wave one, right? We don't have an impulse. So this is either multiple 1-2s building up for the breakdown in a wave 3, or it's a corrective structure. What kind of correction can we have here? Do we have a simple ABC, right? Zigzag? Well, it's very hard to say that we would have that here. This diagonal can be your wave A, right, instead of a wave 1. This can be your wave B. That's okay. Where's your wave C? Wave C needs to be a 5-wave move down. So there is a bit of a problem here from this high to this low. For the moment, it does look a bit 3-wavy, right? It does look a little bit 3-wavy. One can be here. You got a sideways WXY or a flat. Doesn't really matter. But you got a 3-wave for the moment. So there could be a chance where, let's just get this out of the way because it's just going to create confusion. ABC, do we have a simple ABC? Well, preferably this would be 1, 2, 3, which is very similar in size, even smaller. You would need a wave 4 and a wave 5, and then you create the double bottom, which will be very difficult to trade, in my opinion, because it might look like a breakout and then it moves up. But you need a 5-wave move here from that lower high, which we do not have, right, for the wave C. It could form a little bit of a rangy structure in this zone and then end up forming that wave 5 that might look like a breakdown, but then it it reacts back up. It's going to be a hard one to trade because we don't have major levels. If you're breaking the value area high of the range, it's going to be a difficult trade for me to get in. If we form this kind of structure for an ABC, because we need a 5-wave move. Remember, wave 3 cannot be the smallest, so 5 needs to be smaller than wave 3. It's just going to be one of those trades that I will likely miss. Maybe the reclaim, if we pump up in an impulse and we correct, then that will be my long trade entry. But catching the low in this case is going to be extremely difficult. If it ends up being a 5-wave move from here, we need a bit of a range to have a wave 4. Okay, so yeah, if the risk here of breaking down in a wave 3 as the 1-2 1-2 is there, right? I don't want to be too fussy here understanding the risks of of breaking down here, because it is one of the it's that moment where the price just breaks down, right? And I understand that could happen. I've been mainly bullish for the month of July and interested in shorts, but I'm not currently in the short. The short trade would have been epic here. Devil, I know, managed to short here. So, yeah. Let's see. Remember, on those little bouncers, it looks like it wants to break down. Will it break down in the end or not? On those little bounces, if you're getting into the double bottom, you want to pay your fees. You want to pay your stop loss if you can, because this is like bottom catching. For the moment, no long for me. We're breaking down, and this could end up breaking in the end. Okay, it is on the risk of breaking down in that multiple 1-2. Okay, so no successful double bottom, no long trade at the moment. It could be the breakdown. Irresponsible traders probably are still in the long, or hoping for the bounce, or adding to the position. We do not do that here. Okay, we do not do that. If it loses the level, which is the value area high, and we understand the Elliott wave risks of breaking down in a wave 3 in this case, this is not a zone, at least for me, to speculate it's gonna bounce, right? Unless we reclaim the level. So yeah, I'm gonna set an alert here at the low. And see if it does end up shorts entering here on Bybit, which is nice to see. Yeah, not too confident here. Looks like it's going to break. We've got a daily level at 64.6. I'm not too interested in this daily, to be honest. Not too interested in that daily level because of the risk of losing the value area high and coming down to the point of control at 64k. That daily level for me is a weak daily level. We're still at the golden pocket. golden pocket for the reaction. But if we don't double bottom locally, it's one of those areas where you understand the risk of breaking down. It didn't do a great job here. It did hold a little bit, but you want already either the first one to get a bigger bounce or the second one to get a bigger bounce. And if the third one is not bouncing, it's just you're under the level. It's just not worth any more the long. Just not worth it unless you get a little reclaim. Then it's possibly an okay option. But as you're beneath the level, it's just you're looking for more downside. This daily level is not great where it is. There's not any major big confluence at this zone. Little bit of a high volume node there with the daily. There is a little high volume node from this consolidation. One of those areas where it's just very blurry. Very, very blurry. I'm not that interested in this daily, if I'm honest with you. If we come down there relatively fast with volume increasing, we could be breaking down in a wave 3, so it's not going to be a great long entry for me. Let's see if we do manage to reclaim. Interesting to see oil absolutely flying. Oil is just ripping to the upside, which obviously is disturbing the other markets, right? With oil prices just skyrocketing here throughout the last few days. Right, do we want to get the bounce, the reclaim? For the moment, no breakout. Let's talk about the possible correction, right? Because we're only talking about the breakout in a wave 3 here. Possible bounce. I think it's an option. It's an option here that we could get that bounce. So we're getting a little bit of a bounce, not breaking down. So it could reclaim the level right now. That's what you want to see. You want to see a bit of a candlestick getting back above the previous low and see if it does get that bounce and reclaim here. Nice to see some shorts entering on Bybit on the CBD. So that's pretty damn good. If it wants to get the bounce here. So quick long entry here as we reclaim the low. And be defensive, pay some fees if we can. There we go. Let's see if it does manage to get that reclaim. So the importance here is getting back above the previous low on the next wick, right? So if you do still maintain beneath it, as soon as you get back above, it gives you a chance, right, to get in, tight stop loss, be defensive, pay some fees if you can on the bounce, right? You need at least $100, $150 bounce to pay off some fees. Right. Let's see if we do get a bigger bounce from here. These are very snipey trades. Very, very snipey entries. But yeah, let's talk about the possibility of a correction here. And we'll break down, you know, is there still the option here for this to be corrective? Instead of breaking down in a wave 3 here. Right. Remember to protect position. If you do enter here, collect some profits. And if it just wants to end up moving down to the low, then it, you know, we'll probably have another local attempt on the double bottom. But when you bounce from your entry, you want to collect some profits, right? You want to collect and pay off the fees. Let's go right away through. Do we have this being, because it's such a strong support level, do we have the option of this bouncing? Can this be a corrective move, or are we on the verge of dropping down? We are on the verge of dropping down with the multiple 1-2 setup, as explained, right? On the bearish case, where price is just gonna, it just dances around here and just ends up breaking down. We want to manage risk accordingly here. Okay, you don't want to have any, at least for me, guys, based on my experience, you know, when I'm too fussy on this level bouncing, and you know, I put some limit longs here expecting that this is going to bounce, and it doesn't in the end. Well, you know, this is a risky territory, right? If you want to be scalping basically the level, and the scalp could turn into a day trade, right? Be defensive on the long entry, little bounces, you're paying off some fees. Right, let's go right away through the options here of this being a correction. And I'm going to keep it relatively simple. A double zigzag would be the option as well, unless you form a large wave 4 here and then wave 5, then of course you can have that ABC option that we explained, right? ABC, but you need a 5 wave move down, and it needs a 4th wave here, which we do not have. Oil having that massive rally to the upside can create that breakdown here. So at these levels of support, you want either a double bottom or a triple bottom and then bounce. And if you don't, then it just doesn't bounce. What can we do? So correction options, we know the risk of breaking down here. What correction options do we have? We have the 3 wave down here, which can be an ABC, right? So we do have the ABC option right over here. Creating the choppiness is kind of a little good sign. We do have this 3 wave move to the downside, of course, with another 3 wave down. So all of this would be your wave X, kind of a sideways WXY for that double zigzag down, correction wave X, and a zigzag down here. When we take a look at the common targets, we're probably already in that common zone, which is the 1-to-1 to the 1-2-3-6. In the correction option, we're already at the 1-to-1 1-2-3-6 option, right? And then looking at this as the A wave, B wave, and the C wave here. So it's getting cheeky. It is getting cheeky here. You're at the limit. There is that option, of course, of this being a double zigzag WXY correction because of the overlap, right? Yeah, this would be the count basically. 3 wave down, sideways correction, 3 wave down, 1-to-1 to the 1-2-3-6 is the common area for your double zigzag. Very cheeky where it is at the moment. I don't like the price where it is just chopping and chopping. Okay, so yeah, preferably the price does get that bounce already. You don't want it dancing around here too much beneath the value area high. It's just not a great zone. It needs some kind of a reclaim. So very much aware of the breakout bit of a cheeky one, not an easy one. So very, very much aware of breaking down successfully here. Got high volume coming in. Volume could just kick in right now and just absolutely collapse. This is a dangerous, dangerous zone to not manage risk, because price can absolutely collapse from here. This is what we do not want to see in the corrective structure. We want to reclaim of that value area high with success. Local double bottoms are not wanting to play ball here. So it just looks like it's going to collapse down. This is the problem when you have high volume as well, just coming down here with the, with the level of resistance. It is a bit of a cheeky one. It is a little bit cheeky. Is it going to want to double bottom? Will it double bottom here? Or just end up breaking down? What is concerning is the read more comments. Yeah, sorry about that. Just very, very focused here on this area. Okay, very, very focused on this area. My bad. Read more comments here. To interact a bit more. Yeah, this is going to be a long stream, just very, very much focused on what is going on here. Okay, very much focused on what is going on. I'm kind of interested in the local double bottoms here. Okay, but yeah, it's probably not going to be worth it at this point for the local double bottoms. We are under the value area high. There is that chance of the double zigzag, and there is the chance of the multiple 1-2, which we are very, very much aware of. And you got high volume here. One of those areas. Are we holding or are we breaking? And it's not breaking like massively as of yet. Anyway, let's go through the comment section, my man. My bad. Okay, Andy, you should read more comments, interact a bit more with and answer some questions like Devil. You too much only on the chart and less interaction would be great. Tankista, I will do that right away. Very much, yeah. Each mentor has his own way to interact. Now price is in a very hard to read moment to he is focusing to provide us best alpha. Olivia, that is correct. There is definitely big sell pressure that is not being seen. Stella Nostra, I shorted, so dump it to the next spot, the point of control. Yeah, we are, as you said, this daily level is a little bit in no man's land. We do have a daily level at 64.6k. It's a little bit in no man's land. So it's not we are beneath the value area high at the moment. It's one of those areas that you either get a big bounce or you break down, right? And regarding Elliott wave theory, you do have support. You do have the potential correction, which is the WXY. I'm not going to go too crazy with what options do we have. It's either a WXY and you get the bounce, or it's either a multiple 1-2, which is building, and you just end up breaking down. Will you break down now? Or will you create one bounce in a corrective structure and then break down later on, which is, the option, of course. Right, let's go through the comment section, do a little bit of interaction. Do you trade in options? No, I do not trade in options. Andy, it's chopping too much. I think a bigger bounce coming. Very, very possible, Sanjay. Yeah, very possible. Love you, legend. Sensex trader. I'm going to go through the comment section now for for 5-10 minutes, okay? Just very, very focused on what's happening here locally, guys. but price is not really doing, just a bit stuck at this support. Trying to read the CVD here. CVD not giving much options, of course. I'm glad that we're not seeing any major pumps. Yeah, overall we do have bearish CVDs here forming. Well, no, we did take out the lows, so yeah, nothing new on CVD. Let's go through the comment section. Smash the likes. Have a great day. BSH, much love to you. Dollar index is breaking to the upside, so that also means BTC going down. I like to see multiple markets to understand bias. That is also not a bad option, of course. If you do see the dollar index, the DXY, I was not remembering here the ticker symbol, getting a nice little pump to the upside. I would say that there's not usually instant correlation with the dollar index. There's no instant correlation with the dollar index a lot of the times, but it's more higher time frame. But yeah, we are getting a little bit of a spike up here on the dollar index throughout the last few hours, which obviously could be, you know, that weakness as well for Bitcoin. Oil pumping massively, dollar index gaining a bit of strength, which obviously creates that weakness as well for Bitcoin. Okay, no doubt. Close to my stop loss. Did you have 4 attempts now in this zone? Yeah, 3 attempts so far. For CVD divergence, do you consider only bodies or also candle wicks? Also candle wicks, Paolo. Also candle wicks. When we do, at least me, I do consider the candle wicks. Okay, on the CVD. Okay, the wicks are also counted for me. Muy importante. Andy, when we miss short swing entries, same as you, where would you enter next? Where would you be the opportunity for a swing short? Well, if we do end up breaking down, I need to wait for the impulse, which we do not have yet. Okay, I need to wait for the impulse down, which we do not have yet, and it could be pretty damn large, right? When we do talk about the multiple 1-2s, unless you catch the Pico high here, or you get into a possible wave 2, which we did have right over here, guys. I'm not sure if anybody managed to short right over here, but this was the shorting option, and we explained it on yesterday's video update as well, guys. Before the price, check yesterday's video update, guys, because it is absolutely legendary, because I do go through what happens before breaking down. Okay, when you go through the beginning of the video update, right, we're explaining how we create this kind of choppy bear flag at the beginning of the video update, and when the price breaks down, you kind of feel like you're missing it. You don't want to rush into, you don't want to FOMO into a short, right? And it's better getting it into the wave 2s, right? When you form this kind of downtrend structure that gives you that look of a bull flag, right? Yesterday's stream I explained this, right? About how this can end up breaking down, right? We are at that point in the market on the higher time frame where this just it looks like it's a correction. It looks like a bull flag. And zooming out, as explained as well on yesterday's video update, there is a chance, okay, and it's all about having that chance. There is a chance of having already a 3-wave move to the upside, right? And that's what happens in a very bearish downtrend, right? You are looking for the detection of that high of a 3-wave move. And when you have that three-wave move and you create this kind of bull flag, you want to be very aware that this could be multiple 1-2s building up. So trying to short a lower high at resistance when you can detect that wave 2, in that case yesterday, we don't know if it's going to be a wave 2. It might be a wave B, or it might be a longer correction. But yet on yesterday's video explaining, sorry guys, on yesterday's video explaining how we could be forming multiple 1-2s here. It could be and one of the options for the multiple 1-2 or the wave 1 and 2 is the diagonal, which you could arguably discuss is what we ended up forming, right? We formed one more low, bouncing at the order block, which that's 1 hour order block. That's where we needed to bounce, right, on the diagonal for that fifth wave, and then forming a three-wave structure to get to the 618 zone, which we do know that, you know, we ended up coming to not the 618. We barely scratched the 618. Okay, 618 was not tapped on some exchanges. On some we did, but we had that high volume node of the range of Tuesday and Wednesday, right, which ended up with that rejection. Ideally, if you're not in a short position, okay, ideally if you're not in a short position from the Pico highs, right, which is hard. However, if you did pay attention on Devil's Stream, you could have gotten into that short position based on the anchored VWAP and the point of control, right, of the range since February. Incredible entry. I mean, this is like the meat and potatoes when we try and catch a high. You want a huge level of resistance, and when you zoom out since February, you got literally the point of control on some exchanges such as Coinbase, Binance, if I'm not mistaken, as well, with the anchored VWAP from 82.7, and this was just a master short entry from Devil. You know, imagine being in a short position where you can enter right there on the reaction, stop loss at the highs, and you know, you're collecting some profits to pay the fees and, you know, the stop loss, right? You want to pay off your stop loss, preferably if you can, with a movement down in this case. And then when you're moving down to lower prices, you're protecting position, and you know, you literally have a really good position to be into for a day trade short that can turn into a swing short, right, back down to 57k. But these, you know, these are hard to get into, you know, then unless you're active, you're following Devil, for example, right, to catch the high. He was streaming just as we were coming into this level. I'm not sure. I was around and about. But if you do not catch, someone was asking, where's the next entry for the swing short? Well, we haven't developed yet. There will be a breakdown and there will be a bounce, right? For me, this is still developed. If we are going to be breaking down, back down to sub 58k, for me, this is still developing your wave 1, right? Remember, if you cannot get into the wave 1s and 2s, your wave 2s of your wave 1, you need to wait for the larger wave 2 before you get down here to the lows, right? And this is just the same explanation as this price action. This price action right over here, we had the wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, 4, and 5. So if you did not manage, just because someone was asking in the comment section, right, if you're not in a short already from the highs or that lower high, right, that we were discussing on the diagonal yesterday on the video update, how do I get into a new short position? You need proof of completing the impulsive move down. For the moment, this can still be a correction, right? The most bearish case scenario is, yes, building that multiple 1-2 and breaking down in a wave 3. But if you did not enter, here, let's say, right, if you did not enter here, by the way, I did get into a nice short here. You need to look to short after completing the wave 1 in an impulse, right? Then the bounce is where you are interested in getting into the short. If you did not short the Pico high, which is basically here, right, the anchored VWAP with a point of control, or a lower high in a possible wave 2, right, which you could have arguably discussed, it was yesterday, right? If you did not short one of these levels, you need proof of forming an impulse down here, which we haven't got yet. So this needs to break down. We do have a possibility of having 2 wave 1s and 2s. You need the wave 3 breakdown, unless you form another wave 1 and 2, then we'll have 3. But you need the breakdown. You need a breakdown. And then naturally you get your 4-5s. We don't know where it's going to be and how powerful the wave 3 can be. But you need a completed 5-wave move, and preferably your wave 3 is the strongest one. We need to detect that, right? We need to say, right, guys, this movement down is high probability an impulse, because we can count, you know, the big explosive move in the middle for your wave 3, right? Preferably wave 3. It can be wave 5, which is the most aggressive. But that's what we need to then look for the bounce. And I'll tell you what, if we do end up breaking down, you might get a little reaction bounce at the point of control. Well, this is on Bybit. We do have a high volume node here regardless. You could arguably discuss we have 2 point of controls here, because there's a huge high volume node at 64k. Which one will we get down to, right? This high volume node or this one to finish wave 1? But what you need to see is that slowdown, right? And then the bounce. I'll tell you what would be a great short for a back test for that wave 1 and 2, because at the end of the day, what we're looking for is the impulse down. Let me just do a little bit of, let me just clear a bit of drawings here. But at the end of the day, what we want to see is that boom, 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 bang, right? We want to see that 5-wave impulse after the bounce. Boom, 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 bang. So if you're not shorting the high or a lower high on your wave 1, if you're not shorting your wave 2s of your wave 1, you need to wait for the larger wave 2. We need a proven impulse down, because this can still be a correction. We are at very strong support at the value area high. So you want to break down, you want the price to break down. This could take a few days naturally till you actually enter the swing short, because it would be a swing short potential. But you need the successful breakdown to then the bounce, which you are looking at least to hit the 382 Fibonacci, most commonly 50%, or the golden pocket, right? But we want to analyze the bounce after the impulse and levels of resistance. And obviously the value area high is a back testing level. Value area high would be a perfect wave 2 here, and that's what we could be eyeing in the next coming days if we end up moving down in an impulse, right? Because, you know, at the end of the day, we're looking at a 5-wave move. This is just because that's how the market moves, right? It's not because I want it to move like that. The market moves in waves, either a 5-wave move or a 3-wave corrective move, or either a 5-wave triangle. It's just the market moves in this Elliott wave matter, right? So we need to detect, if you could not get into the lower highs here, shorting here is dangerous. I would rather look for longs and have a couple of attempts. If you bounce a few $100s, take a bit of profits, cover your fees, right? And cover your stop loss. That's how I like to do it here at support, understanding that this could be a correction. If this ends up being a WXY, we are looking for the bounce to take out the highs, very likely at 66.8k. And it's fine to have 2 or 3 attempts if you are collecting profits and you're covering your stop loss. It's fine, because there will be that bounce that is going to pay off your stop losses and basically, you know, give you the profits finally, right? So anyway, if I wanted to get into a short position, I can't do it here. I would still rather look for longs because we at support, as explained on the stream, right? Local double bottoms, it's fine, it's great. We're still not breaking down. If you're trying to short down here, you are shorting at support with the potential of this being a correction, which is still very, very valid, right? And looking at other indicators and charts and everything can create confusion, right? Because, you know, the chart is the chart. Despite oil going up and the dollar index going up, then, you know, if Bitcoin wants to get a bounce of $1,000 here, it will do so, based on the amount of support and the buying pressure that you got at support. So if I wanted to get into a short position, I have no option at the moment than either, because I'm looking mainly for swings, okay? I'm mainly looking for bigger moves rather than little scalps, but I need an impulse down, and then the wave 2, I will look to enter the short trade. And obviously I would be targeting the lows, right? This will be managed accordingly as we go in the next couple of days. We always keep the community updated with the trading setups, right? I have been mainly long throughout July, right? Got a few swing long positions, which most of the profits have been taken. These are setups that have been given in July in the trading community, right? The latest one, we are riding the wave to the upside as well here, okay, with higher lows. Okay, we did have higher lows, and we understood where there could be another swing, well, day trade to swing long position. This was only last week where I was providing the setup, guys. This is a good entry, giving the setup on screen. Okay, I can show you if you wish. But I've been mainly long in July, and I am being interested in shorts throughout the last few days. I haven't quite catch the short position yet, which is, it's okay, right? You know, there will be a moment that I will manage to enter that sweet short, because I'm in no rush. You know, in July's been an awesome month, really, with these being mainly long and looking for longs. There's been a little scalp short there and about, but I've been mainly interested in longs, and I am incredibly interested in shorts at the moment, realizing that this could be it. You know, this actually could be it. This is the 3-wave bounce that's finished major resistance, of course, above us, anchored VWAP, right, with that point of control of the range. You know, this could be it. This could have been the summer rally already, right, of July, which has just been 3 weeks. But I understand this could have been it. Maybe this is it. And on the lower time frame, by the way, if you are interested, guys, you know where to find us. It is the first link down below. Send me the word access. We are looking carefully for quality trading setups, okay, for myself or Devil. Even Devil has a different style. He's more aggressive with Fibonacci extensions and levels and entering these scalp trades. I'm more of a swing trader. I turn day trades into a swing, and I'm a little bit more patient. But when the trade is given, the trade is given, right? And we let it ride as much as we can, and which does take a week or two to develop, right? Which has been mainly these swing longs, and Devil has been a master with the shorts. And, you know, I know that the shorts do look interesting. Well, if you follow the video update, you know, maybe you did follow the diagonal and the bounce at that high volume node. We didn't quite hit the golden pocket, unfortunately, on some exchanges, but on some we did. So it really depends. You know, maybe you did short that bounce after forming the diagonal. Just because I haven't traded it, you could have traded it, potentially understanding how the price action could move, which is nice to see, because I do see a lot of the times on the money shots in the community, people actually taking trades that was from a plan that I've created as well, and understanding the levels. And I haven't taken that trade. You know, it does happen as well. I don't need to take every single trade. But it's nice to see that people pay attention, and actually people taking trades that I haven't taken, right? Which is awesome. That's what it's all about, right? You need to thrive. You need to be your own judge, right? You are the one that's taking control, of course, of your actions, which is great to see, guys. If you want to join the community, it's an extremely active at the moment, and people just sharing, you know, different setups as well, and knowledge and analysis, and also myself and Devil, what we are looking for, right? Everybody has different styles. I have my styles. I've had an awesome July, and I've only got into 2 main swing longs in, you know, 23 days. 2 main swing longs, which is the one from the lows, right, that was shared in the community. This was the first week of July, and then last week, which was this one right over here, okay, which was also shared in the community. It's a day trade long that can turn into a swing long, guys, okay? And I'm treating it as so. I'm collecting some profits, but I'm leaving position open just in case we do go to higher prices, okay? So July has been awesome, just with a couple of trades. And, you know, don't worry about the drop. I'm not too worried about the drop, because I know I will likely catch the drop at some stage, right? And it's just like that, right? Some people like to get into many trades in the week. I like to get into a good high quality trade, and, you know, that's where I'll go in heavyweight to make significant profits. I do get that some people do trade with $500, right? And they're trying to make $50, right? It's normal, and they want to trade as much as they can to build their capital, but it's a slow game, really. It is a slow game. Anyway, this would be the plan, really, for the major short trade. It's a matter of being patient. If the price is going to end up breaking down in an impulse, well then, you know, it will bounce at some stage. You know, if this is a 3-wave move up in a correction, the price it's unlikely that the price will collapse down in a few days to 58k. It's unlikely it will happen in a matter of a few days. It could happen, okay, but it's unlikely to happen. So how does the price get down to a low after a 3-wave move to the upside, right? If you've got a 3-wave move up, does it instantly collapse down to the lows? It did look like it, right? But guess what? It didn't. It moved down in a 5-wave structure, right? It didn't go down straight away in a few days. It actually took, you know, about a week to get down there. Well, slightly more, right? So I know that this is unlikely to happen. So I'm like, if I'm not in a short position, it's a-okay. You know, I know the price needs to prove itself that it's breaking down in an impulse, and it will likely be the higher time frame wave 1. On the 5-minute time frame, we're, you know, 550 minute, we're discussing, you know, do we have multiple 1-2s, rest of it, you know, can we build a wave 1 impulse on the 1-hour time frame? Well, it needs to prove itself, right? How? Getting a wave 3 breakdown and then the 4-5s. Then I would say, you know what, guys, this is very likely going to be an impulse in a wave 1. So we need to be patient for that bounce. And this could, of course, develop in the next few days, right? This is the 1-hour time frame. So a back test of the value area high would be a no-brainer. It would be a no-brainer to get into a short here. right? Back test of the value area high. And this would be my swing short. If I'm not in a swing short now, let's take a look at the price action locally. Aware, of course, of we are at a little bit of an interesting point here. Where this could be a correction. You know, this is no, I could not short here myself. There's no way that I can short down here because we are at support. I mean, it can be broken. You know, sometimes if you entered a short where we are at the moment with this shallow bounce and it ends up breaking down, right? For me, it's a stop loss and a risk management situation here for me to get into a short if you don't have major level of resistance, which can back up your stop loss. And that is the problem when we do have a possibility of this being a corrective structure. The possibility is there for a WXY. It is there. So yeah, if I want to get into a short down here at support, you know, I don't have major resistance to put my stop loss above. And I'm very much aware of this being a correction, right? It just finally gets a rally. So everybody's different, though. Everybody's different. Yeah, for me, shorting this bounce here is just not an option. I need to wait for the breakdown, the price to prove itself that it's forming an impulse down. I'll go through the comment section right away, okay, guys? I can see a super chat right there. But if this is wave one, this is wave two, another wave one, another wave two. Could we form another wave one and two? That's also an option. We have another wave one and another wave two getting on this bounce. Your bearish invalidation here, because we don't have an impulse down or a motive wave, there's no diagonal from this high to the low, and there is no you know, solid five wave structure. It's either a correction or it's either multiple 1-2. Your invalidation is crystal clear here. If the price does manage to get above 65.7k, this will likely be a corrective structure. You know, if you are going to be building up multiple 1-2s, you get another bounce here, which proves itself to be corrective, right? And then breaks down in that wave three. This bounce cannot reach the previous lower high because that will invalidate the multiple 1-2s. So not that we have a huge level of resistance all the way up here. It is a little bit of a hard one to try and catch the next wave two, to be honest. It's like catching a short here. Very challenging. Your best wave two option here would have been this bounce after the diagonal, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3 wave up at that high volume node. That would have been your best option to get into the short position. Right now, because you have the option of this being a correction, it's very challenging for a short here at the 50%. Just because of there's a lack of resistance, nothing else. There's a lack of confluence up here. You don't have a high volume node like you had here, right? Yesterday, that bounce rejected perfectly from that high volume node. You don't really have an awesome high volume node for a lower high. 7/8 Fibonacci, that would be very, very cheeky. If anything, it would be the 7/8 with the point of control, which is, you know, getting very close. But that's your invalidation. That invalidation is crystal clear for the bearish option breaking down in a wave 3. So for the bears, you don't want the bears, you don't want the bulls to reach 65.7k, because if the bulls reach that level, you're invalidating the multiple 1-2s, which is your only main bearish option here, because you don't have a 5-wave impulse or motive wave from the highs at 66.8. So the probabilities increase once you take out that lower high at 65.7, if it is going to do so, that this is likely a corrective move down, and that will prioritize to take out 66.8k once that level is hit. How do we get into a new long position if we do not long here the local double bottoms, right? If I'm not in a long from down here, which is, it is difficult, guys. I had a couple of attempts, but you know, these little bounces, you want to take profit. If you get stopped out, you're paying off your, you know, most of your fees and your stop loss. That's what we would like to do. And then you attempt another local double bottom here. It's valid. These local double bottoms are very valid for a long, as explained on the stream. It's choppy. It's exhausting. It's common. What happens here is you stop before getting a bigger bounce. You're stopping all of those long traders, right? And unless you manage risk, you can have a bad time trying to long this if you don't cover your fees on those bounces, right? And you want to get into the local double bottoms. You want to long at the lows, literally. And you get a bounce, you pay your fees, right? If you bounce $200, I'm paying my fees, paying my stop loss, then you can obviously lower risk on your stop loss to your entry, and run almost a free trade, you would arguably discuss, right? So yeah, bears don't want that 65.7 to be hit, because that will increase the possibilities of this being a correction. And the bulls need to prove themselves to hit that level, because we are at risk at the moment of having this multiple 1-2 and just breaking down in that wave 3. What bulls need to do here is get that impulsive move up to hit that lower high. If that is the case, then the correction down is going to be very, very interesting. If you're not in a long from the lows, you just need to wait for that impulse up, invalidate the bearish option from the highs, and then it looks great for, you know, the rally in the next coming days to get above 66.8k. So yeah, anyway, let's go through the comment section. Sorry about that. Yeah, just trying to give Run Forest. Your footprint data at 1 minute is insane. I haven't anybody else providing 1 minute footprint data on other than paid ones. Johnny, yeah, thanks so much. We are developing this. We obviously getting everything. We're still developing, okay, the footprint, the order flow at mindpillar.com. It is currently for free, okay. It is currently, it's beta, okay. So we are still integrating stuff. We are getting together with meetings to make this really, really sharp. And yeah, we do have up to the 1 minute time frame, okay, to the 4 hourly time frame. This is mainly for day traders, of course, right? We don't want the daily or the weekly time frame. This is mainly for day trading. So you do have this for free with CVD for the moment, and many other different, indicators and tools that you can use, guys. Footprint as well. Liquidation map. All of this is available at mindpillar.com. Remember, this is free for the moment, but if you do sign up throughout one of the affiliate links on the exchanges such as Bluffin, 2bit, Weeks, you have many different options, guys. You're not only getting access to mindpillar.com, which we are having, a lot of this software is you need to pay for. If you only sign up on one of the exchanges and do a minimum deposit for your own trading, you're getting free access to the trading community. You're getting all of these tools and indicators that we are building inside of mindpillar.com. And you just need to sign up throughout one of the affiliate links and do a minimum deposit for your own trading, which you do get the biggest bonuses available as well. You got 2bit, Bluffin. There's great perks and bonuses as well with the affiliate link down below. Okay. So yeah, send me the word access if you want to join the trading community. Okay, it's the first link down below in the description. So let's just continue here. I do see I have a super chat, my man. Much love to you. Oh, it's Mariella. Grateful for finding you back in 2021. You can't get rid of me now. Haha, you built the best trading community. Much love, Andy. Smash the like. Mariella, much love to you. Thanks so much for the kind words. And yeah, I'm glad that you've sticking around still since 2021. Thanks so much. You see the value. The ones that hold on the longest are the ones that do actually see the incredible value, right? There is once in a while where, we are wrong on predictions, but it doesn't really matter because, at the end of the day, it's how we manage risk, right, with our trades. And being aware of both sides of the market and what levels need to hold and what levels need to break for weakness, right? And understanding where you should not be positioned, right? If you are trading basically to the other side of the market, right? So yeah, we much love, Mariela. Thanks for the super chat. Much love. Let's go through a bit of the comment section. Andy, I think you are doing great. We are all here to get your insight on the chart and learn. So I'm very happy with what we get from you. Thanks for all the explanation and patience. Thank you so much. Yeah, much love to you. Thanks for joining the stream. Let's do a little bit of comment section. Does Bluffin still work in Europe? Still not under MiCA license? Yeah, you're going to have to do a little bit of research. But anyway, we do have... there's Bybit, of course. Kraken as well is an option. Okay. You got a few options, and we can discuss the options inside of the Telegram. Okay. If you send me the word access, or just send me a message, we can discuss the different options. Okay. Yeah. So the 1 minute footprint is pretty awesome, right? We where do we have it? Yeah, I need to do a few tutorials on this, which is going to be, a lot of people are not aware of how to read order flow properly. And once it's fully developed, I will actually do like a tutorial, especially inside of the trading community. I will have a video update to people to understand how to use order flow, which is very, very powerful. It is very, very powerful to understand where there could be, local liquidity and basically lots of traders getting trapped. For example, we have, let me just do an example here of this on order flow, which is what you want to see is a lot of contracts entering at a major support level with decreasing open interest, for example, right? This push down that we got a few days ago on Tuesday looked pretty aggressive, right? It did look pretty aggressive. It looked like it was going to get followed through. However, we swept some higher lows and we got a little bounce of, $1,000 to $1,500. I think this is that's the area that I have on order flow here. Yeah, 21st of July. Yeah, so this is that's that drop that we had. And as you can see on the order flow, we do have lots of shorts entering when we got that price action to the downside right over here, and we got a bounce. We swept the lows and got a little bounce to the upside. When you check here on order flow, you have this drop with 231 million. This is on Binance, right? On the delta, which is there's more selling pressure here at the lows, but with decreasing open interest absolutely going down. That means it's more of a squeeze, more of stop losses. This is not a powerful move. If you have this movement down with this amount of volume with open interest, that means it is a powerful move down, and it can get continuation to the downside. So what happens with so much volume and open interest going down? It's classic for trap traders. Okay, it's a fake out. If you're hitting a major level of support, this can be a brilliant long opportunity. Okay, and you basically got a little bounce here from that zone. And this is very locally, mainly for intraday traders. But I will do a very much in-depth tutorial on how to read order flow, as we are getting it in mindpillar.com, to understand how to read it and get those opportunities. And this is like next level, right, reading of the market for the major opportunities. And then combining with Elliott Wave and Confluence, obviously it just makes it even better. So yeah, if you want to play around with order flow, it is actually active at the moment. We will be building up more stuff into it, and you got many different tools. You do have it at mindpillar.com, and remember, this is free for the moment, but potentially in a few weeks, maybe next month, it won't be for free. Well, the only thing that you need to do is sign up throughout one of the affiliate links. Bluffin, 2bit, Weeks, you have many options, and then you'll have mindpillar.com for free, which you have a huge amount of tools for your trading, and also you get access to the trading community in the Telegram, which is a no-brainer, right? A lot of people do end up paying lots for communities and software, and you're going to get all in one just by signing up and doing a deposit for your own trading, which is absolutely great. So we're not managing to hold, we're not managing to reclaim here the value area high. It's looking weak. It did look like it wanted to bounce, but we are aware, of course, of the breakdown. We are aware of the breakdown here for Bitcoin. Right, let's continue through the comment section. Does bluffing work in Europe? It is already perfect, just need to change a few settings. It is already perfect, just need to change a few settings. Yeah, we are still building things up, okay? Giving the option to put open interest, CBD as well, and we're just integrating a few different things still. I mean, this does take time to build up. We got developers here going crazy and asking a lot of questions. And myself and Devil are getting into meetings and how to, basically put all of this together. Today I will watch your live stream non-stop to learn your trading style. Keshav, thank you so much. Yeah, well, there's not only one style of trading here, okay? Just coming down here back to the lows. I had another attempt, but stopped out break even. It doesn't want to bounce. It doesn't want to bounce in the end. What can we do? Very, very defensive trading here. If Bitcoin was going to bounce, this was the chance, okay? But it's not wanting to. Value area high. If it bounces from here, it's going to be a bit of a cheeky one. I will only look for a local double bottom. Sometimes very, very cheeky little double bottoms we got about an hour ago. But you want to, when you get these bounces, you want to pay off your fees You want to collect a bit of profits and obviously de-risk your position. It would be a pity. It got me out of the market here. If it is going to bounce from here with a higher low, I'll have to miss the bounce. What can we say? Until we prove that we are getting a big bounce and we are forming an impulse. You know, the invalidation for the multiple 1-2s here is right there. 1 2 1 2. If the price does end up taking out that high with an impulse, then this is the moment to look for longs. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have another lower high here for a short. I haven't got one anyway. You know, but if you are going to be forming another 1-2, that's your rejection zone. I just don't like to trade if we don't have like a high volume node such as yesterday, right? Yesterday we had that beautiful high volume node that was rejected. After that, contracting diagonal, 5-wave move down, 3-wave move up. You know, this was really the perfect confluence area, and based on Elliott wave theory, you have that 5-wave diagonal. You know, if I'm going to speculate on a lower high here, I have a lack of confluence, which could end up breaking down, of course, with a major wave 3, but it's not going to be my trade. Unless you're short from either the highs, such as Devil a few days ago, or a short from this lower high that we did provide yesterday on the video update, kind of. Right, 618 was not tapped on some exchanges, but we did reject from that high volume node that we did say, you know, pay attention to that high volume node because it could be your entry on the rejection. I need the breakdown. I need a 5-wave breakdown from this point, which is, you know, we need that wave 3. We need an aggressive move down with high volume. And then, of course, the 4-5s. That's the moment that I know, right, we do have an impulse. The bounce is where I'm going to be looking for to get into the third wave at the 1-to-1, 1-2-3-6 extension, and, you know, a level of confluence. And in this case, the level of confluence is the Valley area high, right? So my short ticket, unfortunately, is going to take a few days to develop, because it is going to take a few days to get into safely. But don't be mistaken, I will end up getting into the short at some point, right? On the longs for July, luckily was ready and waiting for that reaction at the monthly naked point of control from this epic swing long, which I'm, you know, very, very happy about. Because, you know, the target was hitting 67.2k. We did not hit the target, but most of the profits have been collected here. And the main reason why, and this was shared in the community, guys, I'm taking more profits. I've been sharing that throughout the swing long that was shared at the beginning of July. The main reason why is because we could have a 3-wave correction already to the upside. And I don't want to be holding this epic swing long, and even this one from here, and not take profit till we hit the high, right? It's like, I'm not going to take any profits until we take the high. And when you understand the local structure of the last couple of weeks, you realize that, okay, guys, there is a chance that we might not reach that high, right? And this ends up in a, you know, finished 3-wave move. So we need to provide, you know, the guidance and, you know, the setups and when I'm taking profit and how I'm taking profit and the reasons why I'm taking profit in the community, just so they realize, oh, well, okay, if we end up collapsing down from now, they understand, okay, we did collect profits, of course. These setups were really, really great. They were the setups from you know, basically July, at least my ones, Devil is doing a lot more intraday scalping scenarios. I'm looking for mainly bigger day trade to swing trade options. But yeah, local long setup that we did provide. Of course, we had the first one being in the beginning of July, along, you know, it's already 3 weeks ago. Yeah, already 3 weeks ago. This was the one of the latest longs from last week, which was from this price action, which I understood it could be a you know, an impulse, but finishing an ABC flat. And what was interesting here is that we had a 4-hour order block, we had some pretty interesting support, and we had a day trade long position that could have turned into a swing long trade. And we're giving the options of the entry, right, and the stop loss, and just explaining. We explain every single day the different possibilities, the different movements, how we enter the trade, you know, what we're looking for in text. And obviously the most epic one has been that swing long position, which from literally the lows that was given, you know, 3 weeks ago, basically at the end of June. We talked about that long setup, sorry. This was back in the day when we were trading at 59k, and we had 2 options for the long, and the first option was the one that, you know, came to fruition just the first week of July, hitting 57.9. That's where we were looking for the entry, at the 58k region on the reaction, and we didn't hit 67.2k, but I mean, come on, we did make, you know, this is a massive 7-8 to 1 risk reward from that swing long position, which, you know, it ended up paying very nicely for July, right? So we do our best, guys, inside of the trading community to provide setup. We're not perfect, of course, nobody is, but we really, you know, if we're not perfect, if we're not right on a scenario, we are very careful with our risk management, and that's what we teach most of the time, right? If we break this level, you know, don't be that guy that's in the short or adding to the short or adding to the long, right? If it's the other way, because that's the full recipe to get wrecked at some point, right? If the market goes the other way. Anyway, let's go right away through comment section, see what's going on. Bath Mario Vallecos, much love to you. If we do get the correction to the upside, what would most likely be our best target? Nuno, is that a correction locally here? The bears don't want this lower high to be taken. Okay, so if I wanted to get into, if I'm not in a short position, right, and we are just on the verge of breaking down, right, in a wave 3, I want to try and get into the wave 2s, right? You want to try and get into the wave 2s, preferably if there is resistance, confluence, right, on that wave 2 target. But what you would want to see here, the best option for you know, for that another wave 2 is getting a 3-wave structure from the low, right? You need a 3-wave move bounce, right? When we do take a look at the option that we had from the diagonal a few days ago, right? Boom, 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 3-wave move up, diagonal structure. We discussed this in the video update, right? what we want to see is that 3-wave move. We want to see a 3-wave move up basically after the 5-wave down, preferably with confluence, right? A point of control. We don't have a major resistance level here, unfortunately. We don't have a major resistance level. But if it is going to form a 3-wave correction, you know, your best shot is to look for, you know, the golden pocket, for example, right? Golden pocket, and look for that 3-wave move. So you need one move up, you need the correction, and you need the third wave, right? Because here you are speculating on an ABC. Somebody was asking, you know, what if we do bounce in a correction, what would be the best area? You want to have that wave A, and you want to have the wave B. The wave C common target is the 1-to-1 to the 1-2-3-6 extension. So this is what you would want to see to get a good entry and a good possibility for this to be another wave 2 before you end up collapsing. That's if you don't do collapse already from here. I mean, the problem is right here where we at. I mean, yeah, you would have a 5-minute order block maybe, but there's not an incredible level of resistance. So if you want to be a bit snipey and manage risk, like you know, like Devil does on these Fibonacci targets, you would literally look for a rejection at the 1-to-1 or the 1-2-3-6, and you're literally sniper trading these levels. So if you get a little reaction and you move down $100 or, you know, or 200, he's already positioned in the short, but you already collecting some profits to pay the fees and pay a bit of your stop loss, right? And you're lowering risk, right? If it does end up rolling over from here, happy days, right? You're in the trade. This is a very, very Devil style of trading, which he does a lot in the community. And the other scenario is hitting the 236 Fibonacci, for example, and that's if you're speculating on an ABC bounce, and in this case you're speculating on another wave 2, but you want that 1-to-1 or the 1-2-3-6 to get the rejection for your entry. Then the other way, where I don't have time for scalping and, you know, protecting position, being in front of the computer because I got stuff to do, is basically you want to give it a shot. You need to lower risk, of course, with what you're risking based on capital, and this is just pure speculation, right? Will this be another wave 2 here? You just enter on the bounce, and then you just put your stop loss at the wave 2 invalidation. 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. Yeah, you can do so. Some people just don't want to get an awesome scalp entry, and they just like, I just want to chill out. And if there is the option of the multiple 1-2s, I like really paying attention at the lower time frame and trying to scalp. And once you get a bounce of 100, 200, right, you protect position and you pay a bit of your fees and your stop loss, and it's a more defensive way of trading. This one, you're at the risk of getting the stop loss. You just enter, and if you're happy with your stop loss, then you're like, okay, you know, that's it. But then it depends of your trading style. If you don't have time, this would be your option for the bearish case. Try and detect that 3-wave structure in the next coming hours, which can be bullish, you know, can break out in that wave 3. But overall, if you do have time, set some alerts at this zone 50% and see how the price moved up. If you're moving in a 3-wave move, you need your Fibonacci extension from the low to the high to the last higher low, and as you break highs, the 1-to-1 to the 1-2-3-6 is your common rejection zone for the C wave in an ABC. So, you know, that's how I would approach a short if I wanted to enter. Because the thing is, if you're going to break down in a wave 3, hang on a minute, we are testing the lows here. Will we end up breaking down, or do we form a double bottom? Do we finally get the double bottom? Remember, if you get into these local double bottoms, you want to pay your fees on these bounces. If you get a bounce, you want to pay your fees. But it's just not looking that great. What is oil doing? Let's take a look at oil. Still ripping. DXY. Let's take a look at CVD. Not much going on here, of course. Yeah, I'm not too fond about this. Open interest is increasing here as we're moving down. Not the greatest. Not what you want to see. Yeah, I'm not attempting this local double bottom currently, just because we're beneath the value area high. Not that interested. So what do we have? Yeah, as explained, based on the bearish case, what we were talking about, the multiple 1-2s here, you need to detect the wave 2s, of course, to try and get in, right? In that short, which can be challenging, but for this particular move down, it is crystal clear where the price needs to reject 50% to the 7-8 fib. You need to detect that 3-wave move to the upside and the 1-to-1 to the 1-2-3-6 extension. And there's not massive confluence. I mean, there's a little low right there. There's just a lack of confluence. It's just one of those shorts that would be very challenging for me to get into. So I would have to wait, really, unless it is crystal clear that we do get a 3-wave move up here and we get that a little exhaustion here, detecting the internal waves. I might consider a short, depending on what, if we got bearish CVD divergence, if we were to get that bounce here. But if not, I just need to wait for the wave 3 breakdown and then the 4-5s. And then I realize that this is an impulse down, right? We got the impulse down here. And then the bounce, and this is going to take a few days. This is easily going to take at least 2-3 days to develop for that swing short. But it will be catched. It will be catched if we are going to be bearish now for the rest of July and entering into August. We will very likely move down in an impulse, which is how we move down after forming a 3-wave bounce, right? The thing is, people do get frustrated of my patience. People lose their patience on how patient I am, right? And it's like, oh man, you missed the short, you missed it, you didn't catch the highs, you didn't catch a lower high. And it doesn't matter, I didn't catch the high here. I didn't manage to catch a lower high right over here. So, I didn't short here because I was already in a pretty decent short. But the market, after a three-wave move up potential, right? After a three-wave move up potential here, we do usually, right? Usually, that is, break down in a five-wave move down. I will do my best. I need a solid breakdown in an impulse, which we haven't got yet. We need that wave 3, right? It breaks down $1,000. For the next big major swing, I need that move down in an impulse on the higher time frame, right? On the 1 hour. And if you did not short here, or you did not short here, which is basically here or here, right? You're going to have to short this area, this bounce after your wave 1. So this bounce is the one that you need to look for a short position. And I think the price, the market will give me that short position. It will at some point, right? It will form the impulse. And this is, I've had an awesome July. July has been incredible, right? I've managed to get into even a new swing long here of a bounce of $3,000-$4,000, and July has been awesome. All shared, documented in the community. All shared, the entries, also when I've been taking profits. It all has been shared in the community. Okay, this long and this long, and throughout this last few days, we are starting a downtrend, right? We're starting a downtrend, and I'm not in the short yet. But, I will, if the market is going to prove itself being weak, if it is going to really show the sign of weakness, which is, we got the initial signs already, breaking down the value area high of the zone, which we haven't got yet. We are beneath it, but I wouldn't class this as a successful breakdown. You want to see a big, powerful $1,000, right? With some volume, and then the 4-5. Then I would say, okay, guys, this is very, very likely an impulse down. Especially if you get below that higher low at 63.7, right? This would be the first moment that you're breaking the local market structure. Not the July bullish market structure, right? You're forming higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, right? It would technically be this one, really, to be honest. It would technically be one at 62.5, but if we break down in an impulse that will be detected, it will be detected. We're probably in the initial stage right now of that wave 3. Then what we would be looking for is that bounce, right? Because you will always bounce at some point. Or very unlikely that we get down to 58k tonight, right? Or tomorrow. The market moves in waves. So it's all about detecting that bounce, right? Which is going to be the mission in the next few days. If we get an impulse down, right? It's a big if, because we don't have an impulse down yet from the local highs at 66.8k, right? So it is very, very important to understand this, because a lot of people would be like, screw that, I'm going to short anyway regardless. But we want that proof of breakdown, right? We want a proof of an impulse. We want a proof of weakness. You're getting back inside the value area of the zone since June. But not this. This could still be a fake out and still could create a massive bounce. It needs to break down. You got a couple of 1-2s. You want the breakdown, and you want the 4-5s, a bit of choppiness. And then the bounce is going to be the golden ticket. This is where I would be interested. A back test of the value area high would be obviously the magic zone. But we'll be looking very carefully on the lower time frames for that swing short. And this swing short is going to likely take maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks, because it takes time. It takes time. If it is going to form an impulse down on the higher time frame, this is the 1 hour. We still, if it is going to be a wave one, it's still taking a couple of days for this to form the 1-2s of your wave one. Still, it's going to take some time to even finish this wave one of the higher time frame, just like it did back here, right? This did take many days, many days to develop, right? This wave one from the 15th to the 19th, so it took 4 days, and then the bounce took another 2-3 daes, right? So if we're still developing wave one, it is gonna still take another 2-3 days, and then the bounce another 2 days. So by next week is where we could potentially have, based on timing is important. Based on timing, this will be the spot. This would be the moment to look for the short for the bigger wave three, right? Well, that's the one that you basically just break the uptrend structure, right? You end up breaking up the uptrend structure. That's where we are interested in the short. That's where we're interested in having confidence that the probabilities of breaking down to 58k is when you get this movement down in an impulse and the correction hitting resistance, right? We need that big powerful impulse to the downside, which we haven't got. Right? We still need to develop it. Will we form it? Yeah, well, there is a chance of forming it, without a doubt. But when we go through the 5-15 minute time frame, and I'll go through the comment section, in no local longs, I did have a couple of attempts here locally, but not playing out successfully. This is not an impulse. This is not a motive wave from this high to this local low. We don't have an impulse. We don't have a 5-wave move. We don't have a motive wave because of the overlap. At most, we do have the multiple 1-2s. The bearish case scenario, the only main bearish case scenario here is having wave one as a diagonal wave two, right? Which we did discuss yesterday, right? Yesterday, King K was saying that what happened yesterday was exactly what you mentioned on the video update. Not exactly, but overall mapping the situation. We bounced from the 1 hour order block and the golden pocket zone to get the rejection. We missed it by a hair, but we got rejected, right, from the high volume node of Tuesday and Wednesday, right? This high volume node. That's where we got the 3-wave bounce after the diagonal, which got the rejection, right? Which could have been that wave 2 as explained yesterday, or wave B. We don't know, but that was your best shorting option. So we don't have a 5-wave move down. We don't have an impulse. We don't have a motive wave from this high to this low. So it still can be a correction in a 3-wave structure. 3-wave down, A, B, C. Let me just map this quickly for the people. Boom, boom, boom. Right, and a bang, bang, bang. A, B, C, A, B, C. All of this sideways momentum is a complex sideways WXY, where you would have your wave X basically. That's if we're looking at this to be a corrective move down. Still possible because of the overlap for this to be a corrective structure. Your only main bearish option here is the diagonal, right? In that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your bounce in your wave 2, either here or here, it doesn't really matter. And another wave 1 and 2, and maybe another wave 1 and 2 here if it wants to get a bounce. Wave 1, wave 2, wave 1, wave 2. Do we get another wave 1 and 2? Right? Maybe. unless you're breaking down already here in your wave 3. But this is your only main bearish option. If you take out 65.7, the probabilities of this being a correction are very, very high. And if there's high probability of this being a corrective move, that means that your bias changes to take out 66.8k. So bears need to be aware that if you do take out 65.7, it's looking very, very good for the bulls. And why? Because you don't have a solid impulsive move to the downside here. A motive wave in a 5-wave move. Now you we don't have, you could use a little bit of your imagination here. Price is going to end up getting the massive bounce from here, guys. But not too bothered. I had a few attempts, not gonna be too bothered here of if the price does bounce massively. What I was gonna share here, is there a way of counting a motive wave to the downside here with a wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, and wave 5? Wave 5 cannot be longer than wave 3. So yeah, I mean, we don't have a motive wave down still. It could just only be multiple 1-2s. Yeah, no motive wave here. This is not a valid diagonal because your wave 5 is longer than wave 3. So yeah, no other options for the bears than a multiple 1-2, which you could already be developing wave 3. Okay. Now the most important thing, remember, we will be doing the follow-ups, of course. Shout out to Devil with the great short position. I'm currently in no swing short at the moment, but I will manage to get into the swing short, and I will detect it, and it will be shared inside of the trading community, such as the swing longs that we've had throughout July. July has been mainly a swing long in month, right? We got a long from the lows, which was provided with a setup inside of the trading community. Okay, well, and this just it is what it is, right? It takes time to develop, but we love to talk about, this is going to take weeks to develop potentially. And this is explained very well in the community, letting people know that this could take weeks to develop. And once weeks have happened, which it has, then it's nice to see that epic bounce from 58k. We do manage to get into higher lows as well, right? Which was the latest one from last week at 63k. Basically, we did talk about this swing long as well, day trade to swing long potential. And now it's all about, can we get a short, right? Because I'm mainly in swing longs and I'm in no swing short. And the swing short target is very attractive. It is coming down to 58k. By the way, if you're interested, you know where to find us, guys. Send me the word access if you want to join the trading community. That's where we do provide the updates, the setups, the analysis every single day, the levels, where the trading opportunities are lying for either myself or Devil. Devil is there. People love Devil very, very much. So yeah, I need to get into a short. I need to get into a short because I'm mainly swing long and I missed the Pico high. We've only moved down $2,000. I mean, it does look like it's a major move, but it's nothing. It's nothing still too major. I'm interested mainly in moves of 3,000-4,000, even 8,000, or if possible. And the swing short target, it is 58k, right? It is the lows, but there's still a chance of this being a correction. And who knows, this might be multiple 1-2s and then we just absolutely fly in the next 1 to 2 weeks, which I would be happy about because I'm still mainly long and in no short. So I would be more than happy if the price does recover here, but I'm realizing the weakness. I'm realizing, yes, we're still in bear market. We've already had a nice bounce. I am very interested in shorts. I'm just very, very selective. I'm very selective on how to enter, where to put stop loss. So we got a 3-wave move up here back in June. We got this 3-wave up here for July. This is a 3-wave move up potential where you have a sideways, well, it's literally a ABC flat. You've got 3-wave down, three up, and then yeah, running flat here fits. But anyway, this is a sideways correction, and then the last push up. There is a 3-wave correction potential here, and this is why I'm being so bullish in July, because I have been mainly bullish. My bias was mainly to the upside in July. It's mainly been up and up, and I'm realizing that this could be finished already. The bullishness could be finished, and I need to position myself into a short. But I'm very patient. I'm not going to rush into a short. The people will know that when I give the setup, it will be given. The setup for the swing will be given. And what needs to be seen is that proven impulse to the downside, right? We need that first wave to be proven a wave 1, because if I'm in no short, which I was here, I didn't catch the high, but I catch this lower high. I need a short this wave 2, right? Boom, wave 3, boom, sideways wave 4, which was more of a triangle here, and then the wave 5, right, where we're looking for the long bounce. I need to get into the wave 2. I need to get into that wave 2 bounce before we break down, right, in an impulse to sub 58k again, which is going to take a few days. Relax, it's going to happen. Money will be made regardless if it's end of July or beginning of August. But I am very, very selective with the entry. I've had an awesome July. July has been absolutely great, mainly as a swing trader. 2 main swing longs that I've been in from the low and from the higher low of last week, which made over $35,000 worth of profit, 32 or so at the moment. And that's what I'm looking for. Can I make $30,000 in August as well, right? So there's very, very chilled way of trading, obviously, with looking for swings. And I just realized that this could be the initial stages of the wave down. But it is true that we haven't got an impulse yet. We do not have an impulsive move or a motive wave to the downside, which is a 5-wave move, right? We do not have it. And we still have higher time frame bullish market structure. So, I'm a very, very, very chillax guy. We're relaxing, but the setup that I get into on a big swing short will be provided in the trading community, such as the swing longs for July, right? The swing longs for July and the other setup as well from last week was given in the trading community. And if I do find that epic swing position, which I will, trust me, I will find it. I just have a community. I am a coach, and I want only the best for the community. I don't want to. I'm trying to long here. I'm trying to short. I'm going to try this trade now, which there's a lot of people that do that. Wait. I want a good setup for the community. I'm not a fan of getting stopped out 2, 3, 4 times on major swing positions. I want a good trade. When it's given, right? There it is. The long from 58k, basically 57.9. There it is. That is the one. This could be the one, guys, that gets all the way up to 67k. And 3 weeks later, here we at, right? And most of the profits have been taken. We leave in a position open, of course, still, because who knows? No sign of an impulse down yet. You know, I'm still, once we get the impulse down, right, the big wave 3, and then the bounce corrective, I'm going to collect more of the profits and going to be more. I will leave some open, because what we also discuss in the community, I know Beth Maria is still in some of the long here. Leave some of the long open so it can hedge against your short entries, right? If you get stopped out on a short, you can pay with the existing long or longs that you do still have. If the price breaks out and you get stopped out from a short attempt, say that I'm shorting here, this could be an impulse, there's no correction, and I enter a short, stop loss, I'm giving it a bit of room above the value area high, I'm targeting the lows, right, at 58k, and this gets stopped out. That stop loss, obviously, according to my risk management, it might be a $5,000 loss for me anyway. It might be a 5k loss. I will still have 5k in profit from the swing longs that will pay off my stop loss. And that's the beauty of hedging, right? It's now that I'm incredibly interested in shorts, I'll still be very selective in the entry, of course. I like to have some of that swing long position, and obviously, if this is going to be a 5k, stop loss, this could be a $25,000 to $30,000 profit, right? This 5k, 5 to 1, even 6 to 1, depending on the entry, of course, and the stop loss. Risk reward. So it's definitely worth that risk. And I do have some swing longs to hedge, right? If it gets stopped out, I'll have to collect 5k profits, right, from the swing longs to cover my stop loss. And it's a really, really great way of trading. When you're a swing trader and you're looking at these ranges, right, in this case June and July, it gives you a very, very good protective position, right? I'm very, very protective at the moment based on the swing longs that I'm in already, right? Remember, all of this is shared in the community. This trade was shared. This trade was also shared. Currently in no short. The analysis of yesterday, maybe some people are in, right? We've only been 2 days of a little bit downtrending. Maybe based on the YouTube update, you did get into a short. You detected the diagonal, which we bounced at the 1 hour order block. And maybe you shorted the point of control, right? All depends. Everybody takes responsibility of their own trading. But if we do find a setup and a scenario that looks interesting, it will be shared in the community, guys. So you know where to find us. It's the first link down below. If you send me the word access, I will share the instructions. You literally just need to sign up through one of the affiliate links down below, which is Bluffin, 2bit. You have weeks as well, and they all have great bonuses. Okay, you do a minimum deposit for your own trading, and you get access to the trading community where we share the analysis and where we could find the setups as well, okay, that I am entering or that Devil is entering, right? Just so you know, and just so you see it. No financial advice, of course. We're just sharing our own analysis and our own setup possibilities. But right now, there's no major breakdown. There's no motive wave. This could still be a cheeky choppiness, right? Trying to stop out. I'm in no local long at the moment. It could have been a local double bottom. Could have you attempted a local double bottom here? I like these lows to get a reaction on 1 or 2 double bottoms. I want this price action already to reclaim and bounce. when it gets so choppy and we are beneath the value area high, it doesn't become too attractive for me, regardless if we get the bounce later, because I don't want to have too many attempts here. Managed on these bounces to get, you know, pay the fees and be defensive. You know, I don't want to get into it already. This, you know, I wanted the bounce to happen either here, which it didn't. So then next attempt here, bounce of a couple of hundred. You know, you collect some profits to pay the fees and a bit of your stop loss. And if it doesn't want to, stopped out, and that's it, right? And you know, I wanted the price already to get that double bottom and get a nice bounce here, but it didn't. So it's beneath the value area high of June and July. It's just not looking great at the moment for the bounce, right? Not that attractive anymore. If it is going to bounce, then I will check how the price bounces. You know, do we have the ABC potential for the next one too? This is still not a breakdown from the value area high, right? It's still not a major breakdown. Let's take a look at BTC US dollar tether dot perpetual to check the value area high here. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing for US dollar tether or Bybit or Coinbase. We're just sitting beneath the value area high, which is not a breakdown. It's really not a breakdown. So it could still magically pop up from here. Riding snowboard and schlongs. What a legend. Bath Maria, mainly long as well. I'm in 3 schlongs. Oh, 3 schlongs. So short and long. Thank you very much, Andy. Much appreciated. Nuno, you are very welcome, my man. Much appreciate you being here. Let's take a look here at the comment section right away and see how many likes we do have, guys. Oh, let's get to 300 likes. I bet we can do that, guys. That would be absolutely awesome. We're going to do a little bit of comment section. I'm a little bit tired of this BS. This is BS price action. It doesn't want to break down. You know, this could be that cheeky triple bottom kind of formation, and it just gets an epic rally here. You know, if you're gonna break down a value area high, you wanna pop. You wanna smash it to the downside. You don't want to dance around. You know, creating this dancing momentum is like a teasing you, right? We're not breaking, and then pop, you know, it just pops up. It does happen very often. The longer we chop below, the higher the chance we lose. The longer we chop below, the higher the chance we lose it. Enrique, I have my different take on that. Usually if you chop beneath a major level of resistance without a major or support, and you don't break down, sometimes, you know, it is true you could just end up losing it, right? Where you just long and then move down. But it's also the other scenario where you just kind of double triple bottom and then get the bounce. But yeah, it's a zone for me at the moment that if you don't double or triple bottom and you get a big rally, you know, for me it's not worth it anymore. I like reaction quick bounces, right? If it's not on the tap and go, then you have a local double bottom potential, and if it's not this one that goes, you know, then the third one, fourth, you know, then it just, you're beneath the level, so you're just giving a chance of a reclaim. And it does not become too attractive for me here anymore. Regardless if it gets up, it just doesn't become too attractive. It needs to be either tap and go or a double bottom and go. But when you're trading, you know, so long beneath the major level, and it's just not, there's no buying pressure coming in, right? Then it creates a little bit of that weakness. As Enrique says, you know, we're trading beneath it. It's too long right now. If it would have bounced, it should have bounced already from that level. But yeah, why not short then? It's all about where to put stop loss. If I am shorting here, where is my stop loss, right? Do I short? And I need a stop loss. It's been a long time since I have not traded with no stop losses, and when I did, right, it's is it a valid stop loss on a bit below the last lower high? You know, for me, it's not. You're projecting a wave 3 breakdown here, which is pure speculation. You need to have some kind of a stop loss. So, you know, a stop loss beneath a last lower high, you know, would have to be the option. I just don't see. And of course, this could be you know, a wave 1 and then your wave 2. And then you get stopped out, and then the price moves down. So I mean, I would, based on you know, everybody's different, of course. I would rather try and detect that ABC up here in that 1-to-1 extension, right? That's how I would want to try and get into the short on the reaction at the 1-to-1 or the 1-2-3-6. Based on a third 1-2, right? 1-2, 1-2, another 1-2 here, and then break down. I need an ABC up, and I need to detect the C wave into the 1-to-1. You got that little support resistance flip. Yes, I mean, this is where I would want to get into the short, into a new short, right? Yeah, not down here. And that's just everybody's different, right? Everybody's different. I like to trade the way that I am profitable, right? I can't, you know, I don't have any strategy down here. I don't have any plan, right? You need to trade your plans in the way that you trade. I teach the way that I trade, and Devil teach the very similar way, but Devil also teaches another way of slightly different as well. And you know, for me, there is just no trading opportunity here. The only thing that I would potentially speculate on is on that ABC for a short I'm talking about. Get a 3-wave move up from the low, golden pocket, have a little bit of an area of resistance. Golden pocket, obviously best option based on Fibonacci. The low that could be flipped as resistance and target the 1-to-1 to the 1382 extension of that potential ABC. Right, it's just that's what I would look for. Reaction at the 1-to-1 or reaction at the 1-2-3-6. Stop loss slightly above the highs, and obviously you're projecting to the downside, the wave 3 maybe, right? So this is why we don't, you know, I don't short down here where this could be a fake breakdown still. I want this value area high to get destroyed, not dance around here for a few hours. These kind of levels, you want them broken very aggressively, right? Because if you chop around like so, right, you know, this proves my point here. This ain't a breakout from the value area high. You know, this is BS. right? You know, you're chopping, you're double, triple topping. There's no successful breakout from value area high here of the range since June. It's just dancing above the level, and matter of fact, it reversals. So if you're going to dance around here for several hours, you know, you got a chance of the price naturally reversing back up, right? If it's going to just dance around here, it's just a fake breakdown, a fake loss of the level. So this level preferably is smashed, right? Get that movement down of $1,000 already with high volume to prove that we're getting an impulse. Once the price proves itself that we do get an impulse down, then it's going to be looking bearish. You know, I will flip bearish very, very quickly for the rest of the month of July, even coming into August. I would be mainly more bearish in August if we get that finished impulse down. And I will prioritize short positions back down to sub 58k. In July, I prioritized coming up to 67k. And this being a wave 1 or a wave A, right? Already in the long, and understanding that I prefer either a wave 2 or a wave B in this range that we formed, right, in the last 2 weeks. I'm like, yeah, I still think that this could be a wave B or wave 2 forming, you know. And still interested in longs to get up here to the 67k zone. But now that this could be wave C, now I'm realizing, you know, the party for the bulls could be finished. The party for the bulls could be finished because maybe this is already that 3-wave move up, right? We only need the market to demonstrate us that we get that impulse down, because maybe, you know, this is the 3-wave up already. So the bears need to demonstrate that they are going to be in control for the rest of July and August. You trade mainly Elliott waves. You seem to be an experienced trader. How long have you been trading? Well, since 2017. So it's been 9 years. I have to say and be clear that the first 2 years were not good. In 2019, I was starting to be profitable. End of 2018 was, you know, break-even point, right? But yeah, 2019 was starting to be profitable. I had a few mistakes still back then, but yeah, since 2019 is when, you know, starting to be consistent. Very, very slow though. Very, very slow. You know, it's in trading. What's interesting, once you crack the code of being consistently profitable, the gains come very, very slowly. You know, it's a very, very slow game to increase in capital. Back in 2020, I was still trading with a few $1,000s in the account. So yeah, it's for me to scale up with several 100,000. It did take many years. It did take many years. But I'm very patient, very, very slow and patient. Perma bull never stop parting, even when losing. What happened? I swear I'm never shorting Cardano ever again. Irritating. Always pumps. Always has that second life. What's going on with Cardano? Let's take a look at ADA. Shall we take a look at some altcoins? Oh man, I really don't feel like taking a look at this. Really. But yeah, trading altcoins can be very irritating. I literally stopped trading altcoins. I mean, 95% of my trading is trading Bitcoin. I might get into a gold trade. I'd get into a gold trade a couple of months ago. I like spontaneously, right? But mainly Bitcoin. What about an ending diagonal in wave C? Says Dupe. Ending diagonal in wave C. Dupe. Ending diagonal in wave C. Right, I'm not sure if you are talking about the higher time frame here. Like the one, do you mean from the low? Here to here to then all the way up here? I mean, I'm not sure. This is probably the scenario that you are trying to come up with here. Which is an interesting, you're probably saying this. Is this it? We have an ending diagonal, A, B, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You create one more high here. For this to be an A, B, and C. Maybe this would have to be a kind of a sideways WXY. Not liking very much this, but it kind of looks a little bit messed up. This does look like an impulse. This does look like more of a three-wave structure. From this low, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I guess you could. I guess you could get a 5-wave move up here, but yeah, ending diagonal needs to be 3, 3, 3, and 3. You cannot have impulsive moves. This does look very much impulsive. So yeah, this particular scenario is not looking great. An ending diagonal needs to be 3, 3, 3, 3, and 3. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I'm not sure if this is the one anyway, because you did say ending diagonal in wave C. I'm not sure if it's something else or if it's on the lower time frame. Let me know in the comment section. We are going through comment section and discussing, of course, the different possibilities. D-line breakout. Johnny, Mariela, what are you saying? Atarachia, much love to you. Haha, first 2 years, no bueno. Yeah, first 2 years of trading was an absolute disaster. It was a disaster. Same here. Same here. Yeah. Who is Cardano? Yeah. Footprint got me long from 64.7. Interesting. 64.7. Some people using Footprint from mindpillar.com. Remember, guys, you do have all of these tools for free for the moment. You got Footprint, which we are still developing a few little, things there in here. But for the moment, it is very much live. You do have CVD, all-time high, drawdown, and many other different liquidity heat map. Things that you can use for free, guys, for the moment. In a few weeks, it will probably not be for free. You need to be signed up. Of course, if you use any of the affiliate links down below, you will have access for free, not only for the trading community, but also for all of these tools that we are building. It's been taking a lot of time and work and effort, guys. The latest one being the order flow, of course, right? Which a lot of people have been asking for, and we've developed that, of course. We're going to integrate Bybit US dollar. For the moment is Binance and Bybit, which is two of the main largest future exchanges for trading Bitcoin, of course. But yeah, we will be adding Bybit US dollar and a few different things. Guys, remember, if you sign up through Bluffin, 2-bit weeks. You got many options. Minimum deposit for your own trading. There's Kraken as well available. You can get access to the trading community. You will have access in the future, okay, with no fees, to all, if you're an active trader, of course, to all of these tools and indicators, right? CVD as well inclusive. Send me the word access if you are interested in the trading community. Now it's all about detecting that short entry, because I'm mainly long, right? For me it's frustrating because I'm in no short, and I realize the weakness. I realize that the local high could be in, but I remember you will have time to get into a short, right? There's time to long still at higher lows, right? There's time still to long. You don't need to catch the high. You don't need to. It's fun to get in, to be in the high, right? It's fun to be, I've longed the absolute low of this rally that we got in July. That's all fun and nice, and it's cool. But you don't need to be in the short from the high or long from the low. You can actually get into a long in a higher low, right? So I will be in an epic swing short if the price proves its weakness, which it hasn't yet. There are signs. For the moment, this is why I've been taking aggressive profits of the swing longs, right, from the setups that were mentioned in the community, not only last week, but at the beginning of July. Guys, I'm taking 25% more of profits the last few days because I do realize the resistance that we have here, which is, on Binance or Coinbase, it doesn't really matter. You do have that massive, insane anchored VWAP from 82.7 and the point of control of the range since February. This is already a big reason to take profits from swing longs, because we're in a bear market still, right, as they say. And 3-wave potential in market moves impulsively in the direction that the market is going, in this case bear market on the higher time frame, and it bounces in a 3-wave correction before rolling back down. And this still maintaining low bullish market structure, but it does have already that possibility of being a 3-wave hitting massive resistance. So we need a run with profits from the swing longs of July. We need to take most of the profits and leave some open them naturally, just in case the market is going to be insanely bullish. But we need to take some profits, realizing the risk that this could be it. This was the July rally that's coming to an end stage, and trust me, a major swing long will be entered at some point. I'll be more confident because of the hedge of the swing longs, but I need I'm not shorting down here, of course, where this could be a fake out of the value area high. This is still good support. We're not breaking down. You need a lot of volume, huh? You need a solid break. You need a lot of selling pressure to break down from this high volume node zone, value area high. You need a lot of selling pressure here. If that doesn't kick in here, then there's a good chance we could get a bounce and reclaim that value area high. So still no impulsive move down. There are signs that the high could be in. There are some initial signs that the high could be in, but we haven't seen the bears prove themselves yet that it has a motive wave down, which they can prove themselves in the next coming days with that wave 3, right? Wave 1, wave 2, wave 1, wave 2, another wave 1 and 2, or already break down. in wave 3, another wave 1 and 2, and then 3, and then 4 5s. This is going to be looking impulsive if we move as so, right? Or directly here, and then bang, 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 bang. This will look very, very impulsive. That is red alert, guys. This could be the high, and by August, we're trading down sub 58k. So let's see if the bears are going to prove themselves throughout the next couple of days, forming an impulse that we do not have as of yet. Chill, chill, chill. Super chill. Right. What are the legends saying? I hope the local high is in. Chill, chill, chill. And again, my man. Why? I would prefer an epic bounce, really, because I'm in no short personally. And we understand that this could still be a corrective move. Do not be mistaken here. I'm aware of both scenarios, right? This could be a corrective structure, but it's not looking incredibly great for the moment. And it is at the 1-to-1 to the 1236. That is the common area. One-to-one to the 1236 is the common area, right, of a WXY target. Double zigzag. So it is a possibility, but the chances, I mean, if anybody is short, say from yesterday, from that lower high, which was epic, right, diagonal, right, 3-wave up, challenging. It was a little bit challenging. We got a fake out of the trend line as well, right, or a test of the trend line, lower high trend line, just for extra confluence. Also with we love these kind of trades. I mean, this is the kind of trade that this is the strategy that we talk about a lot, combining Elliott wave theory, high volume node, diagonal, 1 2 3 4 5, 3-wave up to the golden pocket zone, right? If you have a high volume node and you reject, that is your short entry. That is, that's a zone where you can get into a short because of the resistance. Yesterday's video update is pretty interesting, guys. Okay, I do explain how to detect basically the possibility of the market being bearish, of starting the bearish momentum. How many people have been bullish in the last? How many of the influencers out there and on X have been bullish as we were rallying in the last few days? I'm being very, very wary about the situation here, looking at the analysis. But yesterday's video update, we talk about this channel formation, right? 3-wave move up, start with a kind of a bull flag. And we had this one right over here back in June. 3-wave move up. You got a bit of a channel that looks like a bull flag here. Bang, breakdown. Already the chance of a 3-wave move up, and we're having a channel formation here as well. And just being very, very aware and getting people ready that we could already have the high end here. And the bearish options were a few. Leading diagonal was one of them, and this is the one that actually played out. We created one more low and we bounced to the golden pocket region. We didn't quite hit golden pocket on a few exchanges, but we got rejected from the high volume node. But anyway, make sure to go and check out the video because it was all explained, and also making the people understand how we form those kind of bullish flags that can get the people bullish very, very quickly, and it just ends up breaking down, right? Very much aware of that scenario happening here, ending up breaking to the downside. Anyway, let's continue with the comment section, see if there's anything exciting. Now BTC will easily cross 67k. I hope so. I hope so, because I am not positioned short. But what shall we talk about? Major bullish options, right? Bearish option is crystal clear right now, which is forming multiple 1-2s and having a, on the higher time frame, a finished 3-wave structure up, building multiple 1-2s. Invalidation for the wave 2 is hitting 65.7. That's before getting the wave 3 breakdown, right? If you bounce from here in this area and get all the way up to 65.7, this is going to increase the chances that this is corrective, because we don't have a solid diagonal from the high to the low. We don't have a motive wave, right? Impulse 5-wave structure. We're looking at a 5-wave valid motive wave. We don't have one here. We only have multiple 1-2s. And if that invalidation for the last wave 1 and 2 is hit, then this is likely going to be that 3-wave corrective structure, increasing the chances to take out the high. So what bullish option do we have on the higher time frame? I mean, the most bullish option is forming multiple 1-2s here, which is kind of still valid. Yeah, it would be okay for having smaller 1-2s here. 2, 1, 2. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, or wave 1, wave 2, and now smaller 1-2s, right? Ideally, price maintains above, for the bullish case scenario, above 63.6k. That would be a clear sign of weakness. Because here, I mean, the main reason here, if you lose that low, especially in that impulse, right, and you form 4-5s, holy smokes, I'm going to be seriously looking for that big short position, and it will be detected. It will be detected. It just requires a bit of information. Proven impulse, break up a little bit of local structure, and then the bounce, preferably hitting value area high, is going to be the option to get into the short. But yeah, the bulls don't want that level to be hit basically at 63.7k, which we're only $1,000 away, because that would we don't have a solid motive wave. Same explanation locally from here, same explanation to the upside. We do not have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't have something finished as an impulse here. It's very 3-wavy. Or on the lower time frame, it is, multiple 1-2s. There's nothing finished as an impulse here, or as a motive wave. No diagonal either. You'd have to connect these two and these two. Yeah, there's really nothing here as a diagonal. Yeah, still just very, very choppy. There's nothing here. There's no motive wave from this low to this high. No diagonal here possible. So it has to be multiple 1-2s. I cannot find a solid 5-wave structure from this low to this high. So it's either an A, B, C, right? or a WXY. You could fit one in here easily, but you know, just because of the overlap, if you want to have a zigzag here, that's fine. If you want to have a zigzag here, that's fine, and that's your wave X. It's okay. But there's no good solid 5-wave move, either a diagonal or an impulse here. Lots of overlap here, so this is likely a correction unless it's multiple 1-2. So yeah, there's only two. The bearish option is this is a 3-wave WXY ABC, or it is multiple 1-2s. There's just no other way based on the overlap to have something motive here, a finished 5-wave move. So the bulls really want to maintain that higher low, especially 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, most bullish case scenario, of course, would be that wave 1 here, wave 2 here, because this is an ABC flat. We discussed this throughout the last few days. This was the reason to have a swing long here, because this could be a ABC flat. Inside of the trading community, basically on the 17th of July or so, if I'm not mistaken, we were discussing the possibility of having this movement down 17th of July as an ABC. Yeah, this was the option basically here. Could this be multiple 1-2s, or could it be a larger 1-2? Okay, and we had the option of course of understanding that this could be a running flat, and this is wave 2 or wave B, and we actually got into a long setup here based on the 4-5 at 60 the 63k zone, which we're very much understanding that it's a good projection to the upside that we had. And of course we were hitting the point of control, right, of the range down here at 62.5. So running flat zone, right? This was a good level, and we were ready for the local double bottom that we did have, and we're just ready, right? We're just ready for the options, and we were discussing that scenario. And once we got the leg down to the 4-hour order block and formed a local double bottom, that was the long trigger to get all the way back up to 65.5k. So anyway, just making you understand that we knew that this could be an ABC flat, right? We're just ready and knowing that this is a long in option, that this is this long position right there. This is the long that was given inside of the trading community at the 63k region. We were ready for that local double bottom based on this scenario, right? Which is either this being a wave A and this being a wave B, right? A, B, C, then down, or most bullish option would be this one, which is a wave 1 and a wave 2, and you're forming another wave 1 and 2 and another wave 1 and 2 here. The bullish scenarios are really losing momentum here. It's losing momentum. This last wave 1 is a little bit longer than this one, and preferably they get smaller. So it's not looking great for the very bullish case scenario, multiple 1-2s. And yeah, this would be the invalidation. The bulls want to maintain above 63.7k. There's no more to it. They will need to maintain above that level. If that level is hit, then this could be the end of the 3-wave move up, and shorts are going to be looking incredibly attractive in the next coming days on the bounce. So yeah, we'll need to require a lot of patience for the next coming days. Am I lagging, guys, a little bit? Let me know in the comment section. Hey Andy, congratulations, you are still here. Hope the longest stream. Yeah, we do. You know, Devil did a long stream, so I said, you know, I'm going to do a long stream as well, right? We're going to do a little bit of Q&A session here. But wow, Bitcoin just, you know, suddenly the volatility disappeared. This is a zone where it's challenging, right? Where it's not lost the Valley area high. Sorry, it did lose the Valley area high. We are beneath it, but it didn't break down. So it's a bit cheeky. It's a bit of a cheeky zone here, where price is just playing around, right? No volatility at all. But yeah, still here. No lags. Okay, Stellan, much love. Let me know, guys. Let's do a little bit of a Q&A session. Let me know any questions, any indicators, anything that you want to know about Elliott wave theory or major levels or what you see on the chart that we can discuss here right away. Okay, I am in no short position. I mainly have been swing long in July, and I realized that the rally could have finished. So I am interested in big swing short positions. However, I need the market to... I missed out on catching the high. It was a great short position, I have to say. You know, it was a very, very good short. Devil was streaming as soon as we were hitting that high, that anchored VWAP, which was a very, very good short to enter. Okay. As a sniper trade, the point of control since February, and the anchored VWAP from 82k right high in May. It hit it perfectly on the rejection. You know, I have to say, very, very solid entry. Anchored VWAP with the point of control since February. It's just you know, it's a no-brainer, right? To get into a very good position with stop loss. I would not enter here now, right? Unless you entered on Tuesday. This is not for me. This is not a setup for me at the moment. No. You need to enter where you need to enter, right? No FOMO short. Now I need the market to prove that it's breaking down in an impulse, and join a short later on in the next coming days. Let me just take a drink of water, guys. Let me just double check on the like button. Much love. Thank you so much for joining the stream. Smash up the like. We're almost at 300 likes. This is going to be awesome. Let's do a little bit of a Q&A session right away. And question and answers. Remember, I'm keeping it very, very chilled at the moment. I did have a long attempt here as we were coming in at the Valley area high, but we suddenly lost it with a bit of choppiness. And after this choppiness, right, being defensive with the local bounces that we're having, and right now it's just not worth it, guys, right? We don't want to try and long, you know, 5 times. If it doesn't want to give the bounce and you're under the level, yeah, that's it, let it go, right? We cannot get into 10 trades at the same level. If not, you're going to end up paying lots of fees, right? We want to try and pay the fees on the bouncers, but yeah, not particularly too interested in my trading plan right now is getting the breakdown for the swing position, is prove a impulse down, prove a wave 3 getting developed, and then the choppiness 4-5. Then the bounce is, I'm going to be looking very, very carefully for the swing shorts for that wave 1, wave 2, right, wave 3. But we don't have a motive wave still. Okay, I will maybe attempt a short if we have a clear 3-wave move up here in the next coming hours between today and tomorrow. So get that bounce in a 3-wave structure. I'll be looking at the 1-to-1 extension. This is looking for a ABC speculation, of course, but I need a 3-wave move, 1-to-1 extension to the 1-2-3-6, and that will just be for another wave 1 and 2, right, where we're speculating on 1, 2, another wave 1, another wave 1 and 2, and another wave 1 and 2, right? It's a bit messy, but yeah, that's the idea here. And then break down. Only if I get this structure, and I'll manage risk very, very carefully. But it could be an option to get into the short here, because we are down trending throughout the last few days, and it just could be multiple 1-2s till you end up breaking down. If you don't break down from now, of course. Very hard wave 2 here, I have to say. Ideally, you got in the one yesterday right there. That was the ideal one. Right, let's do a Q&A session. Let me just stretch my legs a little bit. It's been a few hours. And let's go through the comment section. Okay. Beth Maria Vallejos, much love to you. My trading was terrible until I found Andy. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the knowledge and amazing education. It has changed my life. You are very welcome. These kind words are great. You're going to make me cry. Come on. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's amazing. I know you've improved. You do have a little bit of a trading background. This is why you learned relatively fast, I think, with us, because usually if you don't have any trading background, you're gonna struggle a lot with us, because we are very advanced with levels and Elliott wave, but overall you did have a little bit of a few years of experience. You just didn't quite you didn't find your trading style, right? And it's awesome to see, right? Only a few make it, right? There's only a small percentage that make it in trading. The people that stick around to look at many other channels and have different opinions. If the first few years of trading looks like that you're like running around like a chicken with no head, right? Because you're like going to this group, going to this channel, going to this group, this course. I took over 15 courses, easily, even 20, of trading from different people, and followed many different channels, even here on YouTube, and got into dozens of groups, bought dozens of books, of course. And I think you just come up and learn your own style, right? Everybody knows where they're in the zone, right? Where's your best trading style and your trading plans? Everybody is different, and I like to share the trading style that works for me. Muzik, coach, can you please check the FVP from January? SVP, that would be, right? Fixed volume profile, okay? From January to the 82k high, it did struggle below value area high and dropped. Does that add any value for us for a longer wave 3 downwards? Fixed volume profile from January to the 82k high. Right, let's take a look at that. Let's zoom out. Let's take a look at that on Binance, because I know a lot of people like to take a look at Binance. You know, this is I would say, you know, this fixed volume profile from, oh sorry, you said from January to the high. It doesn't really matter. Let me read this again. From January to 82k high. It did struggle below the value area high and dropped. Yeah, this so yeah, it did struggle below the value area low, I would assume, right? From January, which is here, well, here basically, to 82k high. You said VAH, which is value area high. I assume you would say value area low, because yeah, from January to the 82k high, value area high is here. So I assume it's value area low. It did well. The point of control is most important. Point of control is the most important. But yeah, you could say it didn't manage to reclaim, right, the value area high from the previous range. But yeah, it did reject at the point of control, even if you get the fixed volume profile to today, right? It is the point of control since February, which it tapped to perfection with that anchored VWAP. I mean, look at this, just picture perfect on the rejection at the resistance, giving you that valid short entry. Question: how to identify while doing fib to do a simple low to high or use a trend based. Also, how to decide if the low is 0 and 1 is high or vice versa. Okay. Also how to decide if the low is 0 and 1 is high or vice versa. Yeah, I mean, when you zoom out, it's a little bit more, it's a little bit easier to detect that, you know, I guess your question here based on Fibonacci, how do you detect the low to the high? It depends on really what time frame, but you need some kind of a, you know, it really does depend. It really does depend. I like to take a look at Fibonacci from a major pivot, right? Let's just arguably discuss that on the 1 hour time frame. You can see the pivot lows regardless of Elliott wave theory, right? Let's leave Elliott wave theory to the side now, because if we use Elliott wave theory, people are just gonna, like, you know, screw this BS, right? and just walk away. We can see that you have major pivot zones on after the waves, right? You can see, right? And it's all purely based on time as well. You can see there's clear pivot highs and clear pivot lows. So you can see some waves here. So getting Fibonacci from this pivot low to this pivot high would be relevant. It is relevant to pull a fib, okay, from this pivot low to the pivot high. You're kind of dancing around at the golden pocket here, right? It's 382 did get a reaction bounce, right? You did fake out from it. 50% didn't do anything, right? You just crossed through. But yeah, you can actually see the pivots. That's a major pivot low, that's a major pivot high, right? You can see the pivots, and taking a fib from this high to this low, or from this low to the next high after the correction, right? Once you get in the correction, you know that you can grab a fib pull from here to here. And that's zooming out a little bit, right? You can see the pivots. You had another question here. Regardless of if I go down through Elliott wave theory, I mean it's going to take it's going to take a bit of time, but in Elliott wave theory, you want to detect that 5-wave move down, regardless if it's a diagonal or not. And what is common after a 5-wave move down in a diagonal, it's common to reach 618 and 78. Being common doesn't mean it needs to happen 100% of the times, but after trying to identify a 5-wave move down in a wave 1, the most common target for your wave 2 in a regular 5-wave structure is the 50% to the 7/8 Fibonacci zone. And that's only if you can detect a 5-wave move down in a diagonal or an impulse, right? That 50% to the 7/8 Fibonacci is the common target for a wave 2. And we literally just crossed 50%, almost hit golden pocket, and then reversed from there. But you need to detect that 5-wave move, right? And that's just that's another story, of course, when we consider Elliott wave. But pulling fib pulls is valid from major pivots. Okay, you can pull a fib pull here. Fibonacci should be used with extra confluence, right? And extra confluence mean, I'm not too fussy about this golden pocket from this low to the high. Why? Because we've lost the value area high of this entire zone, right? It's just like, yeah, a double bottom locally would have been valid, as explained at the beginning of the stream. We didn't want to bounce. That's it. If it doesn't want to bounce, we had 2 attempts. Little bounce of $200, protect, pay some fees, back down, and that's it, right? If it doesn't want to bounce, we need to learn how to say, right, no, that's it. If it doesn't want to bounce, I'm not gonna bash my head here and saying we need a bounce, we need a bounce. It didn't want to bounce. We're losing the value area high below golden pocket. That's it, right? You don't need to go too crazy with that. If it doesn't want to, it doesn't want to, right? Longs got wrecked. Well, from where, right? Because it depends on where you longed, right? Chief Money. If you're a defensive trader, I do not get wrecked. I mean, some people that trade irresponsibly, right, throughout the last few days, trying to long and still in the long position and underwater. Yeah, those are the ones that get wrecked, no doubt. But if you are a defensive trader, you won't get wrecked. At least with what we teach, myself and Devil. MACD divergence. Uncle Krill here. My worst regret is finding CB. We're not gonna call out anybody here, guys. We are good. Well, you can read it. Before finding you and Devil, could have been printing years ago already, says Uncle Krill. Thank you so much, my man. Yeah, I mean, I've done mistakes as well, guys. I bought a few altcoins that I shared on the channel that literally crashed. Okay, but very, very vocal about, guys, this is high risk. I'm just literally putting not even 1% of my portfolio into this altcoin. We give it in a shot. And it's inevitable that most of the people in this bull market regarding spot buys have lost on altcoins. The only crypto that I have not lost in, well, there's 2 actually. Well, there's actually 3. One's almost at break even, that's Chainlink. Is Bitcoin and Ethereum. Bitcoin and Ethereum buying at the right moment. I haven't lost on Bitcoin or Ethereum. Chainlink is at break even almost, and the rest of them managed to scratch some break evens, it's been a wild ride on altcoins. You know, I've even got wrecked on altcoins. Not wrecked because it's a small portion, you know, but I have lost on altcoins, and I think most of the people have. I'm not sure how these altcoin channels have actually not got crushed. I guess they do, right? They do end up getting really bad comments, people hating, because it's not good, right? You know these channels that have the next 1000x, the next 100x crypto and all of that. No, we haven't had that. Only one is Hyperliquid's done awesome, and also Zcash did pretty good, but most of them have not performed. And all of these different altcoin channels, I'm not sure, but they must have got destroyed with hate. And we try and avoid that. We try and be professional. We try and share what works for us, for me and Devil. I remember Devil. I had many interviews with Devil, and Devil was amazing. He was sharing. Devil. We ended up getting Devil in on the channel, and being part of the coaching. Even a lot of people prefer Devil than myself, which is it's highly expected. He's a very, 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 very gifted with good talent and knows how to trade very well. Andy, what's your win rate on your trades? I like your risk management, but I wonder how often you get stopped out of the trade. It depends on the month as well. It really depends. There's no month that it's always different. It's always different. It can be 60 to 70% win rate on average. Some months, I enter 10 trades. Some months I enter 3 trades, right? It really depends. I just want a very good trade setup, right? I'm always looking, but yeah, win rate can differ. Enter the short at 64.7. Your opinion, Moshin? Entered a short at 64.7. I mean, me personally, this is a zone that at support that I would not short. I'm not, interested in a short here, because it's one of those areas where you break down after, is this a major loss of the value area high? For me, it's not. This is a zone where I would never short, even though it can collapse in the next coming hours and form that wave 3, right? And then form the impulse 4 and 5s. But it's a zone where I would never short, because the breakdown has been weak at the moment. It's one of those areas that I'm not particularly interested in doing anything at the moment, right? After having the long attempts, right? Being defensive at the beginning of the stream. We got little bounces, being very protective. But here, I would personally not short, because creating this choppiness means that there is no enough selling pressure to lose the value area high. A value area high, you want a breakout, right? And I can give you the best example right over here. This is a breakout of the value area high, and this is a backtest of the value area high. Breakout, backtest, boom. This is not a breakout of the value area high. Chop, choppy, chopper, chopper, chop, reverse, right? So it could end up being a breakout, no doubt, but it's getting so choppy here that sometimes you can just reverse right from this point, as long as you managing risk, right? I'm just giving my opinion. It's just a zone that I want to see this, a big solid high volume candle, right? I want to see this. If we would have had this to the downside, boom, high volume, right? Boom, high volume candle to the downside, bang. Then yeah, we could have back tested the level. That would have been an interesting short. to enter on the back test. Interesting long after a successful breakout. But when you chopping like this, it's like, come on, just deal with it already. Are you going to get the bounce, or are you going to break down? Right? It's one of those areas where it just becomes very blurry. And of course, this is like a extreme classic fake out. I mean, obviously, when you understand Elliott wave theory, you know that this is likely going to reverse here, because the power happened coming into the valley area high. Right? You got your 1-2s, boom, boom, boom. You got your wave 3 with high volume way before getting to the valley area high. Right? I mean, this was way before getting up there. And then your 4-5s. This is a full recipe for a major pullback. No way you would enter a long here. In a million years, there's no way I would enter a long here. Understanding how we got up there. Right? You got your 1-2s from that pivot higher low, the wave 3 high volume, and your 4-5s. Right? This is just classic Elliott wave theory. You do not, even if it's breaking above valley area high, it's likely going to be a fake out. So how did we get down here? I mean, obviously, I am giving the chance for the bears, okay? No, don't get me wrong. This could break down. It is looking a bit weak, but it's just a zone where I would not either short or long, really, at the moment. It's just a little bit confusing based on the choppiness. And my question is, how did we get down to the valley area high, right? Breaking down here at the moment from this point. From this point to this point, I understand that you have 1-2s, 3s, and 4-5s. I know this has high probability in getting a pullback. High probability. How did we come down from here to here? We got a few options. The corrective move is that WXY. So we do have still the double zigzag potential, where this is only a fake out of the valley area high, getting choppiness, zigzag down, correction in wave X, zigzag down. This has a chance of, not losing this low successfully. So yeah, it could bounce. However, we did not get a 5-wave move down here with strong volume, right, in the middle, just like we did here, right? Classic 5-wave move, right? It's just crystal clear that this is an impulse. Your 4-5s are coming into resistance. We did not get that here. So there is a very bearish case scenario, which is the multiple 1-2. And this is why, there is a chance of a breakdown. It's just based on preference here. There will be a trade set up later on tonight or tomorrow for me anyway. I'm in no rush to get into a trade here at the moment. But the bearish option here is wave 1, wave 2 in that diagonal, and the correction, and then another wave 1 and another wave 2, which gives the option, of course, of breaking down, right? How did we get down to this zone from the high? It's probably building multiple 1-2s, and if you don't break down now, you could form another wave 1 and 2 and then break down, right? And then your 4-5s come later on. So there's a little bit of a confusion, at this area, because I do realize that there is a chance of bouncing. There's choppiness. I don't like this for the bearish case. You're chopping here. There's no selling pressure. You want to break down a valley area high of a major zone. You want it to break like here. It broke out with volume. There's poor volume down here, decreasing volume, no selling pressure coming in at a major support. So it's just a tricky area. And what does that mean based on the trading? It means there's no trade. Right? If you are confused and you see both of the options, double zigzag, bounce, or 1 2 1 2 and break down, there's no trade. Because I realize both scenarios. So where would your trade be? Well, if we were to break down with increasing volume, right, and get the 4/5s, get the clear choppiness, either at the point of control or either at this low, I know that this is likely going to bounce, because you got the 1/2s, the 3 and the 4/5s. You're getting exhausted after the big volume break, and this has a high probability bounce. So maybe there's a long trade setup by tomorrow at this zone, and maybe there's a short trade setup, you know, in 2-3 days after the bounce. Because if this is an impulse down, which will look very, very clear, then we do have a good chance of having a corrective bounce, back testing major levels of resistance. And that's where I would be very interested in the swing short. Okay, so it's a matter of getting a little bit of more information, not because I am confused here right now of either breaking down or getting a bounce. It's just the next information will give me an opportunity. I understand that this is not an impulse. It's not a motive wave still. It can after wave 3 and 4/5s, but we don't have a motive wave from this high and this low. So it's still developing an impulse, if it is going to be an impulse or, you know, a motive wave. So how would I get into the long then? If, you know, if we do bounce from here, I have to say this is a very, very complex area where we are at the moment. Under value area high, you know, we are at the risk of a wave 3 or the risk of, you know, getting a bounce. I know that if the price comes up to 65.7, it will invalidate the bearish impulse formation, which is a wave 1, wave 2, wave 1, wave 2. That is your invalidation. There's too much overlap, there's too much noise. This is not a motive wave. If you have the price action coming up in the next coming hours between today and tomorrow to take out that lower high, your bearish options to break down lower are invalidated, which means there will be high probability taking out 57k. Oh, 66.8k. If you get a rally to take out 65.7, it's just understanding the structure. We are at a bit of a confusion option now here, because we have the bearish option, we have the bullish option. You are beneath value area high. Is it breaking down? Is it going to go lower? Is it going to bounce? Nobody knows. Nobody cares. I don't care. I don't care really at this point, because I know there's confusion. I know it's just not an area. It's a blurry area. We always get blurry zones. If not, I would be trading every single pivot low and pivot high, right? So what I need to see is clarity. How would I have clarity that this is not forming a bearish impulse breakdown? Boom, boom, boom. Well, you need a rally all the way up to invalidate the multiple 1-2s at 65.7. If it moves up impulsively, then the correction is going to be looking very, very interesting. I don't know what type of correction is going to be formed, but we have the value area high for a back test. It might be proven corrective, and maybe I'm not longing the lows, but I'm rather longing the proof of correction, and I will be targeting the high, right, for that next, you know, 5-wave move to the upside. So this needs to be proven corrective, and at this point, it's just by hitting 65.7 from this area. We cannot have the breakdown already, because this drawing will be invalidated. We'll be probably forming the impulse already, right? It's only if we bounce from this zone. I need proof that this is going to be a correction. How? By hitting 65.7. Why? Because we don't have a motive wave here. We have multiple 1-2s. When is the multiple 1-2 invalidated? Hitting the latest wave 2. If you move impulsively, you know that this is likely a correction. I'll be looking for longs here. I will be looking for longs that will have high probability in my favor, right? And it's all it's all about finding that high probability long setup, right? And I do get it. Lots of people want to, I want the trade now. But I'm a very chilled trader, and I mainly look for swing longs or swing shorts, right? Major swing long and day trade long into a swing long here. So I've mainly been bullish, and I'm understanding I've missed the short here. I've missed any shorts here locally in the last couple of days, but I'm not too worried because there's going to be time to realize where there is weakness. Where do we break bullish market structure? When do we form an impulse, and when do probabilities increase to actually roll down to 58k again? And it's simple. It just requires a bit of information and patience. It is more simple than you think, and it just requires a lot of patience. It needs to be proven that we have an impulse here. How is that proven? Well, we still need a impulsive move. We still need a motive wave down, which we do not have. And that's bringing wave 3 in, right, and having 4 5s. Then we do have the chance of this being impulsive. Then it's like, okay, guys, get ready, because the bounces are going to be studied very, very carefully. Once we have that 5 wave down, the bounce is going to be very, very studied. One-to-one extension, levels of resistance, and the major swing short position will be once that wave 1 is in, once that impulse is in, which we do not have already. And these are the kind of opportunities that I like to look for. July has been an incredible month for me. I've been making insane profits with the trade setups that have been shared in the community. This trade, if I locked in right now, is almost $30,000. It's $20,000 realized, 9.7 still unrealized. Leaving a little bit. Once we get the weakness, I will consider closing a bit more or leaving it open, because this would be for my hedge short positions, right? Same as this one here. This was last week inside of the trading community. Very, very valid. I know Path Maria, who is a great student, a great trader, she was just writing a message inside of Money Shots yesterday, I think it was, that she's taken from this swing long, that she's taken some more profits from this long position that was given last week. Yeah, Money Shots are getting a little bit cluttered here. I think it was yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, yeah, I mean, yeah, basically, I'm not too worried about the next short. I know we'll identify that short trade, and it's going to be a swing, because I will realize that bear market resumes, right? I know there's been a bit of excitement, and there's been excitement to go to higher prices, and everything's been fine till now. It's still fine. There's still a chance of a higher low here and rallying to the upside and take out 67k. there's still a chance. There's no proven sign of weakness still that this uptrend momentum of July has finished. There are little signs of resistance. The big resistance, rejection on Tuesday, right? The resistance that we got here of the point of control since February, right? Big wall of resistance here. It's not going to be easy to break out from this zone. And obviously, looking at the 1 hour time frame, zooming out, there is a chance of a three-wave move here to be finished, right? And those are the initial signs that you get of, you know, it's starting to look like we could roll over and resume the bear market after this July rally. But it's okay if you don't short the highs, because you can short a lower high as long as it's before the wave 3, right? The wave 3 is the big one. This is the one that you want to be, you know, positioned in. The big move, the one that moves $5,000, $6,000, $7,000. So I'm not too worried yet of not being in a short, because I know that the price will not nuke down here in 2 days to sub 58k. I mean, it can happen, right? It can happen, but the probabilities are unlikely for this to happen. And the highest probability is finish an impulse in a wave 1, then get the collapse down back, because that's just how the market moves. So, you know, naturally the opportunity, my opportunity, if I haven't been shorting here in the last 2 days, as I'm mainly a swing trader, I look for the bigger moves, and yeah, I will look for shorts still on the way down. If we are going to be, you know, we could form a double 1-2 on the way down instead of breaking down instantly in that wave 3, right? You could form another wave 1 and 2. And I will be, you know, I will just compound into the short or look for another short, just like the longs throughout July last week. For me, there was a very good valid long here, still in that trade. So there will be time to detect, you know, the real weakness, and that the bears are winning, right? But for the moment, we don't have that. Okay, so this is why, you know, I'm not too worried, right? We're still maintaining bullish market structure. There are little signs that this could be the high, okay, of the rally. And there are signs, and now it's time for the bears to prove themselves, right? Will you break the structure? Will you break the uptrend structure of July? Will you form an impulsive move down here? We'll have to see. But if it does, that will be confirming that, yeah, this is likely something finished here. Something has finished, very, very likely, on the higher time frame, and we are looking very likely to go south. So it's going to be a moment throughout the next coming days to really look for short positions, which is, you know, where I basically, you know, move my money, where I mainly position myself. I'm not that interested in scalping and trying to look for, you know, little movements. Not usually. Okay. So yeah, will the bears prove themselves and break a bit of structure, really break down from here? If they do, then perfect, right? And then we need to pay attention very, very carefully to the bounces and to the levels of resistance. And we will, as always, know exactly what to do at what level and how to manage risk and how to position ourselves in those trading setups, which requires a bit of patience. You know, people that are impatient are just going to go and run away and leave. the people that stick around, such as Bath Maria, right, and other legends, you know, they actually see and get into the trade and like, holy smokes, you know, now we're winning, right? Bath Maria, I know she's had an awesome July. She's actually in South Pole, and she's had an awesome July based on the levels and setups that we do provide inside of the community. Remember, guys, if you're interested, you do have the first link down below. Send me the word access. I will share the instructions to you how to join the community. You just literally need to sign up throughout one of the affiliate links down below in the description. Okay, if you sign up to Bluffin, 2-bit, Weeks, you have many options. You do a minimum deposit for your own trading, you do get access to the trading community. That's where we have the meat and potatoes. That's where we look for the analysis, the setups, the intraday setups that could turn into a swing and maximize profits, right? We do our best to try and give the best value. We're not magicians, okay? We don't have a crystal ball. It takes a lot of work, but we do put in the work and effort, and people do see obviously the value, right? They actually see how you know, it is a patience game. It is a game of, you know, if there's no clear setup, then maybe we got a clear setup tomorrow. It's usually like that. If there's no setup today, there's one tomorrow. If there's none tomorrow, there's one the next day, right? Devil, myself, we do provide those analysis and potential setups that we're looking at for the day inside of the community. Okay, you know where to find us, guys. First link down below if you are interested. Right over here is the Telegram. Right, let's go through comment section a little bit more and see what's going on. Bath Maria is queen, sorry. I'm reading your comment here, King K. Yeah, Bath Maria is a legend. Right, a bit of more comment section and see what's going on here. Much love, King K. I thought C have 5 waves. I thought C has 5 waves. Yes, it does. You're absolutely correct. Let me know which zone, what price action, and we can discuss that here on the stream. Let's do a like button recount, legends. Let's see how many likes we do have. Would be awesome to see how many likes we do have, but I assume it would be nice that we do have more than 300 likes. I need to refresh always. Absolutely awesome. Over 300 likes. Let's get to 320 likes. Would be absolutely great. Maybe BTC will go sideways and alt will pop. Yeah, maybe. SFP of the earlier low and bull divergence at fib level could be a valid scalp long here. Also reclaiming the value area low. Is that the value area high, right? Which is also changing structure locally. I'm already in. I just want to know your opinion. Yeah, I mean, where we are currently it is a little bit of a cheeky zone. It is a cheeky zone. I assume that you are saying the value area high, not value reclaim of the value area high here, right, of this trading zone since June. Yeah, a reclaim of that level, but it's maybe not going to be enough. It depends on how we reclaim it. So if the price does move up, right, boom, and bang, 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 right, you form that 5-wave structure on the 15-minute, 5-minute time frame, then it's going to be looking incredibly attractive. You don't have to hit that level, but if you can see a proven impulse, then obviously it can be very, very small, it can be very large, but you need to detect on the 5-minute, 15-minute time frame some kind of a motive wave back on the reclaim. A back test naturally would be the best option to look for the long. Back tests do happen, right, at levels of resistance and support. You got value area high right there being back tested. This was basically on Monday, right? Big breakout, high volume, back test, boom. So a bit of a breakout with a bit of volume here, and a backtest would be the ideal scenario to be a bit more confident in a reclaim, right? You're not reclaiming at the moment. You're below the level. We got a few bearish, well, one main bearish option, which is the multiple 1-2, and volume could kick in here any moment. There's no correction. This is nothing. This is still price action dropping, and volume could kick in here, right? So preferably a strong reclaim would be an impulse, and then the move down correction, that would be the moment to consider a long position, right? To then recover in either double 1-2 and then break out wave 3, 4, 5. You want a strong reclaim with an impulse. It's just that's the only thing that I want to see here. Smash the likes, guys. Yes, Valley area high. Alex, much love. Thanks for the support, my man. Tankista, Andy, could you answer me about my comment about advice? Could you find it and answer? Would be appreciated. You just skipped the comment. Okay, let me just take a look at it. That's from Tankista. Mariela, much love. Tankista, what kind of trading would you recommend? See message above. Okay, all right, there it is. Andy, what advice do you got for me? No financial advice I got for you, but I can give you my opinion. Who goes to work don't have so much screen time, maybe swing trades, but not always possible to catch exact levels and have 1K account and want to do it for a living. Thanks. Tankista. To make trading for a living with 1K is, it's just close to impossible. Okay, what you can do is scale your trading account. You can scale it up to 2K, 5K, 10K throughout the next months. Okay, that is possible. Then, obviously with a bit more capital, you can use trading for a living. Trading for me still is a side hustle. I do have many different type of income, so it does become a side hustle. But if you want more time, basically, if you don't have time for screen, then swing trading is your option for sure. And I've got mainly in 2 big swing long positions in July. Of course, I have more capital naturally, right? But yeah, it depends. I mean, you can join the community. Devil will provide local intraday setups. I do as well, but I'm mainly more focused on looking for that nice swing position that can pay the month, right? My trades are more slow, but that maybe it's more interesting for you, that type of trading. So I mean, you can enter the community and check it for yourself. That's where we do provide most of the analysis, right? And setups. So yeah. With the DXY and oil pumping, I'm not seeing a recovery pathway for Bitcoin. Mickey, yeah, this is what is concerning here. We do have oil absolutely ripping to the upside throughout the last few days. It's going to get back to $100 a barrel. We were ranging here on oil at the $100 zone throughout the last few months, above 100, below 100. We did get this drop, sweep up the lows of the range, and now recovery back up. It's going to be expensive. Also the dollar index, right? If we do have a strong DXY, which it has pumped throughout the last couple of days, not massively, but yeah, we do have a major rounding bottom formation here throughout the last basically almost 1 year on the dollar index. This does not look bearish. this kind of massive accumulation does not look too bearish, meaning that, yeah, we're breaking the local highs of the range. Now that we've got the next high of the range on the dollar index. Yeah, let me just take a look at dollar index here. Well, yeah, no major resistance. Big resistance at 103.8. These round formations are typically quite bullish. So yeah, having a strong dollar in the next coming months is not going to be great. We'll just resume the bear market for Bitcoin, right? Which is we'll just be following the 4-year cycle theory. Andy, I'm in the community already, and I meant not immediately. Do it for living, but with the time, build account and eventually do it. Thanks for the answer. Tankista, I would recommend you try be profitable with with tranquility, right? With being relaxed. Once you are proven profitable, you can join a prop firm like FTMO. Have a look. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. The good thing about prop firms, you do pay an initial, first payment for. Sometimes there's 100k accounts, 200k accounts. Prop firms do give that chance, of course, for the people with very low capital. Petrodollar is going to be supreme until oil keeps rising. Petrodollar is a thing. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. Anyway, let's Bitcoin just really hovering, man. The wallet, what a great day to stream, right? For a long stream. We just literally stuck here for the last 3-4 hours. Low volatility. We did New York Open, and we just literally stuck. No volatility whatsoever here. So it hasn't been the greatest day to have the volatility and hit levels and bounce and reject for some trading setups, right? We had an attempt at the beginning of the stream. We did have a local little bounce of a few $100s, just being defensive, and stopped out. Managed to pay a bit of the fees, of course, and then stopped out again. And then it's just not doing it. It's not recovering. This is the zone where you want to see volatility. You want to price, getting a bounce back up, but that was not the case. We just stuck here in a little range, unfortunately. So it's been a little bit boring today, but we've given the explanation. Boring as in locally, but that means just because we don't have a solid trade here and no volatility, it doesn't mean we cannot get a trade in tomorrow, right? This is why explaining what could happen, right, and what needs to invalidate the bearish case, where the opportunities lie, right? Impulse up. If you hit that level, even better for the retracement in a 5-wave structure. There could be a very interesting long opportunity here by tomorrow. If you break down here and you get the choppiness by tomorrow, there could be a very interesting long opportunity as well, followed by a major short, which would naturally take a few days. We would have a completed impulse, right? All the opportunities are there. Just because today has been boring doesn't mean we'll have a great opportunity tomorrow or in the next couple of days. It's just today where we are. You're just not managing to do really anything here. Is it a loss of the value area high? Is it going to bounce? We do have the WXY double zigzag option for the bulls, right? Which is valid. We are sitting at the common target zone of the double zigzag, which is the 1-to-1 to the 1-2-3-6. There is a zigzag down here. There is a zigzag down here. There's a sideways correction for wave X. Very, very valid. And the bears want to push down for that multiple 1-2. They want to push down at some point in that wave 3, which we haven't got yet. So yeah, it's a little bit of a no trade zone. Is it broken the value area high, or is it a fake out? Is it, we got the bullish, we got the bearish option. So we need to see what happens between today and tomorrow to give us that great trading opportunity, which will come, right? It doesn't matter. It requires a lot of patience. I like to protect my capital instead of taking any stupid trading decision. And I only want to provide the good setups, of course, in the community. And once we always get them right. What I like to do is to brag about what we got in July. Major swing long. Okay, it was a swing, so we talk about it. But the projection was coming up to 67K. We only missed it by a few $100. And this is a projection looked at the last week of June to get ready for the swing long, guys. And it's been 3 weeks, and this has been printing. And it's a major trade that has been planned very carefully. And just last week, okay, I detected another possible swing long, because I understood that this could still be part of a correction, and we're hitting very good support, which was the next swing long here on, well, day trade to swing long. This has been over 6-7 days. If it's more than 1 day, it's a swing. So yeah, the opportunities do come, right? My biggest one was last week. So will I get a good opportunity this week? I think so. I just need a bit of more information to be confident on that bigger swing of a move, right? Look for that move of $3,000, maybe $4,000, and it just takes a bit of time. So yeah, if you are interested in that, you know where to find us. It's the first link down below, guys. Send me the word access, and you'll get the information there. The daily analysis, daily setups. Devil is there. I am there. We rotate days, okay? So you don't get fed up of me all the time or fed up of Devils, and you just have a bit of both. And we both pop in once in a while, right? If someone's doing the analysis, okay? Then we got a lot of people that are very happy in the community. Some people maybe don't like it. We did have someone, I think, 2 weeks ago. Too many scenarios, but that's what we do. We need to look for many different options. Which is the option? I don't mind shorting or longing, right? You shouldn't. If you are a trader, you can have a favorite preference, of course, but you need to be ready for both scenarios. You need to be ready to either short or long. Never get married of only being bullish or only being bearish, right? Francisco, yes, I am. Yeah, we're doing a marathon just because Devil did a long stream on Tuesday, so it's my turn to do a long stream. But yeah, volatility sucks, right? Volatility at the moment. There's no major setup here. We got a daily level, which could be a reaction. Oh, we at the daily here, actually. Yeah, daily's getting a reaction, but I'm not too fussy about this daily, as I explained as well. We had a bit of a crucial area. It's a daily level, a little bit in no man's land. And we got a little reaction, but we're just literally trading at the daily. So if you did long the daily in the last hour, you're literally at entry. But it's not bouncing. It just doesn't want to bounce. Little quick bounce at the daily here, but it was $200-300. Now back down. Very, very poor double bottom. This for me is like a break-even trade. If I'm still in that trade, I'll be, I want the price. I want buying pressure to kick in. If it doesn't kick in the next 15 minutes, it's just very likely going to be a losing trade. So I would rather get out from here. But anyway, it's still holding. It is still holding. Very, very weak volatility for today's stream. What can we do? It is what it is. But yeah, anyway, still here talking about discussing a little bit what needs to be seen here for the bullish case and for the bearish case as well, which needs wave 3 to develop at some point. That daily is holding. It is trying to hold, but I'm not particularly interested here. Even if it bounces, it's just not Not an interesting level here. Francisco, much love. Legend. Holy smokes. Did you go long here? No, I had a couple of long attempts at the beginning of the stream. We got little bounces, so we got a little reaction here at this higher low with the value area high. It bounced, not even $200. Yeah, about $200. Protect position, cover fees, stopped out here. Another attempt, got the bounce, got out after this one, and then one more here. We got the bounce, and this was a local double bottom, protect position, cover fees, and then stopped out again here. And I'm just like, it doesn't want to double bottom, right? Maybe this is the one, but there'll be more clarity, right? I like volatility. I like a major level to be hit once or twice, double bottom, and get the bounce, right? Get it done with. If it doesn't want to do it after a few hours, it's like, yeah, it's okay. Leave it alone, right? Leave it alone. We'll get an opportunity tomorrow. For me, it's not worth it at this point. Just because we're below the value area high, I wanted the value area high to be reclaimed with success, which we did have 2 attempts on the local double bottoms, but it didn't. And we're trading beneath value area high, and now the daily level. I'm personally not bothered here. I know what I'm looking for to the upside. What levels need to be hit to validate the bearish option, the retracement, an impulse up, retracement, levels of support, back test. I know what I'm looking for more upside, and I know what I'm looking for more downside, and that would be a completed impulse. We need some kind of a big wave down here, which we do not have. It looks like it wanted to develop, but I wouldn't class this as a wave 3. It's very, very shallow. It's very small. This is not a wave 3. Come on. It needs a bit more power. It needs more power to the downside. This is almost the same size as wave 1, even less. So we cannot class this as a wave 3. So yeah, the correction is still valid here. The bulls might step in. I would prefer the bulls to step in, really, because I'm already mainly long and I'm in no short, so it's a bit disturbing that I'm not in a short from the lower highs of the last few days. So if we rip here to the upside, I would be more than happy. As explained, there's still no confirmation for the bears with this price action from the highs created on Tuesday. There's no confirmation that this is a motive wave. It's an impulse of 5 waves. There's no confirmation yet. And there's still, because there's overlap, we can still map a 3-wave correction, WXY double zigzag. So patience, Andy. The trade will come to you. It did. I mean, I've had an awesome July. July has been really good. With trades that have been shared in the trading community. There's been mainly 2 trades. There's been a scalp short there and here, but just scalps. Little movements in this zone. I can't remember the latest short, but I haven't mainly shorted here. But the main trades have been the two longs from the lows from the 1st of July and the 17th of July last week. These are the 2 main trades that have made me the gains in July. They have been shared in the community, by the way, and just so you know, they haven't been trades that I have taken and haven't said anything. We do talk about the setups. We get people ready with risk management, and these are the main trades. So July's been awesome. Today, not too great. We've had some attempts, but been very defensive. And we didn't get the bounce, and we just don't have any volatility. And it's a bit of a confusing area. So we want the price to pop down or pop up. Then we know what's likely going to happen and what are the probabilities. But where we are at the moment, very much understand that we could recover and understand that we could drop down in a wave 3 at some point. So it's not a great zone for trading, at least for me anyway. Getting a bit of a bounce here. Yeah, it is bouncing a little bit from that daily level. Daily level is holding. If anybody is aware of, wants to know where's that daily level from, it's a daily close and open that was not tapped, as you can see, right? Daily close and open. Bit of a daily order block. It's a daily order block. We got a daily order block as well. It is a bit of a strong level. Daily order blocks can be strong. So it is holding. It is a level to hold. Daily level and an order block. It is trying anyway. It is support still here. Daily and the daily order block. Poria beat. Tau make a new low, then we talk about bottom. Right, we have some bullish divergence on the 15-minute about to confirm. Interesting. Is that on the what time frame is that? I mean, yeah, sorry, is that RSI or is it CVD? Let's take a look at CVD here. Oh, CVD is not looking great. We're actually getting a bit of bearish CVD divergence on Bybit. Local bearish CVDs. We got some higher highs. Yeah. New, yeah. All of these bearish CVDs have been playing out. You can see here. We got this tool, guys, in mindpillar.com. where you have the divergence that haven't been confirmed yet. You can see the question mark here. Do these bearish CVDs play out, where we form higher highs and lower highs on the price action? All of the previous bearish CVDs that we've had in the last few hours have been playing out. This is why we were aware. We don't like those higher highs on the CVD. And all of these ones have been playing out. Now the question is, will these local ones play out? And this just by clicking this button right over here, you can customize. You got CVD divergence. We've integrated order flow here, and this is for free, guys. At the moment, people pay for these things, and we're just making a massive powerhouse here at mindpillar.com. And you have access on this for free at the moment. Go down here, valuable free tools at mindpillar.com. There will be a moment, potentially in the next coming weeks, maybe next month, where it won't be for free. But if you sign up throughout one of the affiliate links down below, such as Bluffin, 2bit, Weeks, these crypto exchanges where you do get the greatest bonuses available anyway. Okay, you do get bonuses. You do a minimum deposit for your own trading. You will be getting access to order flow, CVD, all of the different tools that we have here, heat map, okay, inside of mindpillar.com. And also you will have access to the trading community, okay, just by signing up, guys, on one of the affiliate links and trading on them, right? A minimum deposit. If you want more info, you know where to find us, guys. Send me the first link and I can send you the information down at the Telegram. Okay, that's my personal Telegram. So yeah, let me know if there's any good other questions. I've explained most of the scenarios here for Bitcoin, what needs to happen for me to be confident on the next trade setup. Will the bears win or will the bulls win? That is the question at this point. From this high to this low, we still have a few options. Correction or the start of an impulse down. Now we need proof of what's going to happen for the next setup. Holy crap, 5-hour live stream. What a legend. Yes, sir, that is me. Much love. Crypto by Matthias. CBM, thanks for joining the stream, my man. Hope you're doing well. I bumped in your stream before. Guys, if you don't know who CBM is, go and check him out. He's a legend. He does long live streams as well. Great in technical analysis, news, and all sorts. Great guy as well. Great friend of mine. Much love to you, my man. Hope you're doing great. Right. Yeah, much love to everyone. Thanks for joining the stream. Not much more. It's been boring, actually. Not the greatest long stream because we've literally been in a zone of $200-300 since we started the stream here. Literally been in this zone, which has not been great, but we'll do a long live stream when we have volatility, hopefully. Right, we get a bit of more movements. Today was not the day, but yeah, I'm still not too worried about the setups. Right, setups will come. I have been mainly long, as you do know, in no short. Devil did a great. I mean, Devil on his live stream on Tuesday, we were coming to a huge level of resistance, which was incredibly valid to take that short trade that he did take on stream. Right, we were coming up to the anchored VWAP from 82.7k high, right, and the point of control, right, of this range. There we go, we have it here. And on Devil's stream, right, it was just coming up to that major resistance, which is really good to have a short trade attempt up here with stop loss above the high on the reaction. Right, you got that wick up. I mean, great trade. This is a major level of resistance, and as Devil was streaming here, we were coming into that resistance. So great short execution on stream at that major level of resistance. Shout out to Devil, who's an absolute legend. And tennis, yes, you're damn right, Mariella. Much love. CBM King. CBM is awesome. He's been having some insane swing shorts throughout this bear market and made a fortune. He's made more than me. Right? Made more. Top man Andy, thank you for the education you are providing for the community. You're very welcome. Very welcome. We work very hard, myself and Devil, to try and provide the best, okay? And we do our best, okay? Sometimes I can be boring. Sometimes I can be very exciting. Now, today has been a little bit boring. Price wanting to get a bounce from this daily level. It's a daily order block. That's something that's I didn't spot. But yeah, indeed, you do have a daily order block. Right, green candle, red candle in the middle, followed by a next green candle. That daily order block can be very strong and provide that bounce. Legends, thank you so much for joining today's stream. I am mainly long, in no shorts, but I will be looking for a short position in the coming days if we get the opportunity. And if we do not have it here on YouTube, we will have it inside of the trading community. Okay, you know where to find us. It is the first link down below. Send me the word access and you will join the trading community. I'll share the instructions to join. Okay, thank you so much. Sweet vamos. Opportunities are always there, guys. Thank you, take care, and I'll see you in the next one.